They know the words.
If they're non-American, it's fun because the foreign kids they can learn about it.
Gordon, can you just stick that on the table there behind you?
I can sure do this. Okay.
Sorry, that's like scraped across.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
Hello.
That's the live stream.
Oh, that's the live stream?
Yeah.
Where's the camera?
Right there.
Sorry, that's like scraped across.
Not a problem.
I'm sorry?
Designated.
No, you can sit wherever. What precinct are you in? 2045?
Correct.
Do you know anyone else from your precinct that says? Oh, well then go help Laura. Go help Laura, and that's one. I'm gonna need to plug this into the projector.
Okay. David? Do you have your...
Oh, I have it on my tablet.
Yeah, I was going to ask, I normally these batteries last a long time. I was wondering if you want me to plug you in using my power cord, or if you have a power cord for your.
Well, I just had it. Here.
Oh, is that yours?
That's my power.
Oh, okay. All right.
I just spilled.
And here's where I'm. I can't see. Right here. Well, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, under explanation committees. Here, you see what I said. Committee members, volunteer, their choice and stuff like that. I can say that to plan their. And then somebody, immediate somebody, will raise their.
Gordon, right?
Yes.
Melody.
Melody, how are you?
Good, I get your printouts.
Great, thank you so
And I
much.
printed the other districts too where they were different. But they were the same.
Okay.
So, you guys all set? Is it working?
You want to see?
We were doing it Thursday night and we had it all done. Oh,
And if we go to,
okay. Oh, this is your YouTube, right?
yeah,
Oh, great.
Do you agree that we should election
So people can
secretary up
stream
here?
in.
yeah.
All right.
To the best of my knowledge, this is the first time that anyone has ever live streamed
Do
a
those
Texas
exist?
SD
Convention.
convention live.
Cool. Very cool.
Now, I'm going to propose that we leave that chair.
Okay, do you want me to tape? I got a lot of tape.
Well, there's not enough room between that speaker and here.
Yeah, we didn't want people walking.
Here, that's why I was going to think we put the chair there.
Okay, because if you need a new tape, we can do it.
So
All
Well,
that's
we
why.
just don't want people walking here.
Anyway. 'Cause they'll
One of
be
the things we can do is we could move the table closer
Okay,
this way.
are they going to project on the screen?
Yes.
This was set up
And
for
then
the projection
Right.
distance over here.
Right.
This is over here for a
overview
reason.
of the day,
Okay.
so forth. But this is the key point. Like, after
Because
the
the way, because we had it up there and it was,
elect,
and then there's another
Too
stand
close.
she had, yeah, it was too
We
close.
could change the zoom maybe.
Because we had done that Thursday.
really
Did they try all the mics and everything?
I don't know that any of that's been tested yet.
we could each take that. We could all do share the reading. But then after that, we should say committee members have volunteered for the committees of their choice, and some have met earlier.
Well, are we putting, you want things on?
Well, I need to turn on the, can you turn on the
I
projector?
want to leave the impression that he's going to order the process, you know, so. And then we need someone to say.
So, Rona, Hillary canceled because I was thinking about what you said.
At the moment, we don't have power to the projector yet.
Okay, Howard, where's the
No,
cord?
no. That's because,
I need a power cord for it.
Is that it right there?
No,
Is that the power cord?
that's the cord from over here.
Okay, that's the cord connecting. What's the other cord next?
Audio.
Oh, that's the audio.
this is the audio coming
Where's the
through.
power cord?
Okay, everything was,
Oh, wait a minute.
everything was kept
Together.
together in the box. Remember, I put it all in your bag?
Okay, this is.
I didn't take any, I kept it all together.
Exactly what to do.
And that was a black cord.
Yeah,
I want to make sure that,
I don't
I want
have
to make
it.
sure that your projector doesn't have a problem where I've got the live stream. Because this has to be
Because,
up,
yeah, you're gonna have.
because I have to
You
get
might
the
have
camera.
to move it over there, because I have to check out.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I'm just saying we can move this over and project between these two. Or I can move this over a little
Let's
bit.
go ahead and plug that in and see where it goes.
Okay,
There's the
plug
plug
in
right
it, where's the plug?
The plug's over here. Oh, you know what? I use that extension cord.
Oh, you.
Yeah, there we go. Just plug it in that. Perfect for it.
That section.
Sure, the other one, yeah.
We've done something we didn't have to do, and the fact that it doesn't be very well.
If you need any tapes or anything, I got a lot of, that duct tape.
Well, we maybe, once we get everything set up, we may just tape down some of these cords.
Yeah, whatever you need, I brought just everything.
Great, thank you. Okay, Gordon, I'll let you figure that one out. We had it cut up all the way to the back, so we could make it bigger. We had
Well,
that-
there's a zoom on here too.
Yeah,
You mind?
I
That's
think
the
we had it
focus.
all the way to the back of that table.
Well,
Yeah,
one of the reasons I was hoping we could move it forward a little bit was so that we avoid people walking in front of it.
Well, I think we're gonna try to tell people not to walk. We can actually move this closer up.
we were talking, we could move
Susan said,
anywhere. We get it bigger. Oh, wait, and can we get rid of your side stuff?
Side stuff.
The menu on the side.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's, yeah, well, this is just a test.
that little,
Didn't you have a stand?
We put it on this box. Let's take everything out of this.
And let me turn those on in the back.
Yeah, and that, we didn't even matter all of that. Can't be all that stuff. So reuse this one.
There's some little thingy just that you can, in case. No, this is why.
Just go over a few other, establishing.
Yeah, and what we gotta do for that is our chords.
We'll just put a chair there.
Hey, you know what?
That is just
Didn't
a
we
statement by one of us saying it's hereby stated.
talk about putting this on top of that? Even, oh, it's too
And then,
long.
of course, the credentials.
And you wouldn't want to put that on top there
No,
of this.
is that the
We
biggest we
had
can
this-
get? Because I thought it was bigger before.
Notice
That's
that
as far back as it goes.
Glenn forgot. to
Well, I've gotta do something about this side.
You can move that closer over here and put that on
You
the
put that on a
center.
chair, yeah.
put it last time. So sorry.
That'll make it less likely to interfere with it.
So you still have
But you don't. All
okay, let me write it. Is she like right here?
Can you,
See, I-
can you, can you even come over here
What, this?
and get the stage or no?
No, I really want not to have people walking in front of the camera.
Yeah, gotcha.
They know the way Toby can sweep.
All right,
Originally, I was going to put this on the table. I said, no, that's probably a really bad idea.
all right, so,
Can I borrow my hotspot a second?
Yeah, although it's currently on.
Okay, well, I just want her to get the, Wi-Fi 52.
okay, what just came out?
Okay, connect. And what's your security? Here,
Okay, this is on. That's working, right?
Yes.
Okay. Put that one off.
Okay, so.
Well,
All right, so depending on the situation.
hug Janice.
If that's the way to do it, if not.
Okay. All right. David's. Because he's getting a better signal.
During the resolution. Big two. Well, the camera may come, but I don't know. She's probably gonna be. No, there's only two. Close it up.
Can you all hear that audio? Can you guys hear the audio in the back?
No.
Rachel, can you hear what's being said on the speaker?
Hey, Rachel, can you hear what's being on this video on this? Can you hear anything back there from the speakers?
That's the wrong hole for that.
This Bob's input.
Yes, that's the wrong input, there's another input on there.
All right, thanks, we'll fix it.
I don't see another one.
Okay, we'll fix it.
Are you gonna go there if it's over? Yes.
This is pretty. As you know,
I have the wrong place.
There is no other place to plug it in.
that's the majority of the reports are easy to get.
That's not the picture.
Adoption.
This was working
Just
before.
little things. Now, here are some people, I just wrote down. Fillers, we need to thank the operations.
That's what the blues do.
Explain the extra delegate changes. Janice said she would do that.
Wait a minute,
Discuss
this
the
is
state convention, we will do that later.
Make sure this is working
Speakers, I
properly.
just listed a few, candidates, in general, the chairman, Barry Warren, Ronald Gary, ones that have asked to speak on it. OFA, their efforts to get the Senate. Ronald Gary is going to talk about precinct chair vacancies, so it says I'm precinct chairs.
You are talking about.
Yeah, audio. Oh, audio out.
Representing odd precincts, that's which didn't have a chair.
David?
David?
David? David Rich.
So, that's the.
That's what's plug in.
Hey, David, could you just click one of these videos? Any of them on my computer?
Just any of them?
Yes,
Hold
doesn't
on,
matter.
just a second.
Okay. It doesn't matter, just click on one. You're just testing here.
This is the folder I've used.
Welcome to the Medical City ER in Preston Center, a department of Medical City Dallas Hospital. We provide the same medical care as a traditional hospital ER. Emergency coverage is provided by full-time, board-certified emergency physicians. Experienced, emergency-trained registered nurses are also on staff. We have 9 private patient care rooms, including rooms that are specifically designed for kids. Our full-service emergency room provides daily, around-the-clock emergency care for both pediatric and adult patients 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have a collaborative partnership with local EMS, fire, police, and first responders. Our facility offers comprehensive emergency services, including a dedicated trauma program, adult and pediatric exam rooms, complete medical laboratory, on-site blood bank, and the latest in technology and imaging services. Open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Medical City ER in Preston Center is here for you.
President Obama has put something in the budget negotiation that has Howard being upset. To testify over the in fact, he's thinking about leaving the Democratic Party over one of his tweets. I don't blame him. I'm right there with him. So what is it? Look, we already heard about the Chase CP Act, right? If you're following politics closely, President Obama, in an offer to the Republicans, said that he would cut Social Security. It would change the way they calculate inflation, so you would get less money. Now, when you're older, when you're the age of 85 or so, it takes away over $1,000 a year from you, and these people are only getting $14,000, $15,000 a year to begin with, right? So you're taking a giant amount of money, and by the way, money they've already paid into the system. So it's unbelievably unjust, right? Now, but we already knew that. That's not what Howard Dean did. There's a Joshua Green at Bloomberg Business Week. There's some reporting on, hey, wait a minute. How about all those spending cuts and the taxes, and where does it all play? Now, how many times did I tell you guys? They don't want to do the sequester. We're in the middle of it, to be fair, right? But ultimately, they don't want to do the sequester, not because they don't want more spending cuts out of discretionary spending, or they don't want to do Social Security Medicare. The sequester doesn't have any cuts in Social Security Medicare. They're willing to do cuts, extra cuts in Social Security Medicare to get rid of the sequester. Why? Because the sequester cuts from the defense program. And what I've been telling you all along is, they don't want to cut defense in any meaningful way. And we find out through Green's reporting. Although the White House doesn't advertise this fact, in the 6-page budget overview it put out this morning, the new budget eliminates nearly all of the cuts that sequestration imposes on the Pentagon. There you go. Why is President Obama wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare? Because he's got to protect the defense contract. Give you specifics here. Josh Green also says, instead of $500 billion in cuts, Obama proposes only $100 billion. You have to look at it closely to spot a couple of cosmetic changes. Hey, there we go again. Obama's usual pocket change. Tiny little cuts in defense, relatively seen over a 3-year period, is going to take billions from Social Security. Does that sound fair to you? Forget fair. Does that sound progressive to you? It's not remotely progressive. So then what's the point of staying in a party led by this so-called Democratic president? So Howard Dean says, I'm out of here, if that's the case. He says, quote, if it is true, I may have to become an independent. To which I say, here. But I don't know why Howard Dean didn't get more involved in politics since 2004. He made a real run because he actually tapped into something significant in Democratic voters. They understood that real progressivism was dying in the Democratic Party. They panicked and helped greatly by the mainstream media saying, Howard Dean's crazy, Howard Dean's crazy, don't you dare elect Howard Dean. And they went with safe John Kerry, and what happened? They lost, right? It was not the right way to go anyway. Now I know Howard Dean's been involved all throughout in different campaigns, etc., right? But I wish that he'd been more actively involved. I wish he'd primary people, including, by the way, President Obama, because if you don't primary Democrats, they just go further and further left. Well, now he's gotten to the point of frustration that I'm at, which is, what's the point of the Democratic Party anyway? All they do is corporate legislation, universal background check, 91% of the country uses it, can't even get that passed. How pathetic are they? And then you turn to real issues in terms of Social Security, they're willing to do the cuts, but Republicans didn't get passed. They needed Obama to cut Social Security because Republicans can't do it on their own. They tried. Bush tried. They said, one thing Democrats defeated him on. So you bring in Obama and he does it for. Why? To protect defense contractors? Then what's the point of the Democratic Party? Howard Dean is right, except we should take the fifth out. We should all have left a long time ago. By the way, just to be clear, I am an independent. You watch this show and you think I don't sufficiently criticize the Democratic Party? Better clean out your ears, man. I got no interest in supporting what I view to be a largely pathetic party. If they were actually progressives, it would be a totally different situation. But they got no interest in being a progressive. They got an interest in the shell game the Democrats and Republicans are playing to actually give all the advantages to the people they're actually serving, their corporate donors. That's the reality, and that's what Howard Dean is catching on.
I've never used one, so I'm not 100% sure. No. There are some that go through the cafeteria, some on the other side, and then there's one right by the front office. There's an adult unisex restroom. The girls, the students all know what they are. I don't know. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, there's some around, like, if you go where the vineyards in the back are, there's a main one where foliage is growing back there. Yeah, it's, I think it's pretty much the size. There's a smaller restroom that works for one person at a time, right by the office. I can show you that. So, but it's the closest one here would probably be one on the other side of that here. Yeah, top side. Here. We go to the door. There's this hallway right out here. That we close. Yeah, I don't know where the razors are. We just want to. Oh, we did? I'm glad you found it. All right. Oh. Yeah. That's what, yeah. I think we have one somewhere. I just don't know where it is. There we go. Now I need to find a plug for the duct we can give as well. We're not doing that, or we were planning on not doing that. Ideally less than the full number of buildings we have to want to go to space, so we're just going to do that. But somebody said that there's 400,000 people registered, so hopefully they don't want to go to space. Well, hopefully they do, that would be good for. I find it in there. Well, this is a national delegate for so I love to know yeah.
Maybe a position.
Yeah, you might be. I think you'd be a ENT chair, cabinet member. Yeah. Well, he's not the governor. Well, our dean is not president. The governor, yeah. Terry McCall is the opposite. He was the ENT chair to governor. He's a paid job at some point. How you go be a professor of guitar and politics? million. Yeah. I'm gonna go look at the court now. Oh, the executive washroom? Oh, I can take it to the nice one. It's not particularly nice, but.
Maybe I will know. Well, at least we can go back. You can run off the back door. One on the outside of it, one on the door itself. And then I wonder if we should have like an arrow, right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like an arrow. What do you think? Ladies. wait a minute, put it all stuff in one of the door. Oh, you mean over here? Over here. Yeah, I'm going to go figure out where it is. And you got your cake. And you're going to smooth. You're going to toast the board. You're using toast oh, man. Oh, let me use that computer and get some graphics up there. Yeah, and guys, we got these guys, we should do general announcement. Because people need to know, there's somebody. Now, what can we stop with that? Okay, let's go. So, this is going to be a lot of fun.
And there's another good one. We're still waiting, buddy. We're still waiting.
Yes, honey, that's what I'm doing.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the phone up here.
It's all right.
I think my stuff is ready to go. Okay.
Okay.
Well, how many people do you think you have? Get him on.
Yes.
Chris was delivering something to resolutions.
Okay.
Last place I saw him.
We don't need to start talking, we need more hot air in here. We're not warming up. Turn up the heat.
Okay, I've got the projector set up and mic to that. Yeah, I guess Matt showed you everything. Yeah, it's all Greek to me. Well, that's what we're gonna face this up here.
No feedback here.
Okay, then we'll move on. Then maybe.
Official.
Maybe we need to stand right here.
There's also mic input back in the seat.
We have two floor mics up there right now. Well, but then we need a lamp because there's no light to sit there.
Well, these are all ways.
Oh, yeah.
We can stay. We need to find it because there's an alarm going off outside and everybody's told.
Okay, I know where you may not find it. I know where it is.
Oh, please, there was, right at the front, where everybody's coming in. How are you? You've been a stranger lately. Got too much money. Still busy with life.
Testing.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, no, we don't, because usually they, come in on the clock, and we just. Okay, well.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I know. We have a space right over here.
What are you looking for? On,
To see if there's a auxiliary output that I can bring in sound instead of trying to use this.
the other night, Matt was calling with stuff, and
Yeah,
what
I
we
know.
got, yeah, he ended up using those overheads for the stage. And then there's a button, whatever he turned on, got these two going, and
Yeah,
now
we-
for that.
Let's see, this,
This doesn't have much.
right, that's why I'm trying to.
Yeah. And that's why we decided to use those overheads.
Well, that, yeah, I've set a microphone.
And then get these two going.
These are all.
So we're good. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna find anything.
We're not exactly getting it right. That's this one. Hey, Dave. Will you get this? See, this is, we are, yeah, our speakers are not coordinated. If you're like supposed to push it down and it clicks, you know? It doesn't. See, this is so simple.
I'm going to be able to see what I'm reading off the phone.
The lights more light on.
Let's just show us where to turn it down.
Yeah, that's fine.
I can see this really well now. This is what I do most of the time, but then I need to be in here too.
I need to get my purse.
No, I got the pen. I was putting it back. Thank you. How's everything going? Good. Good, everything's set up. There's right before covered it, so everything's good. Okay. Thank you so much. Oh, sure. How many resolutions did you get? 30. So we don't have 13 different. There might be a bunch of. Yeah. Okay, this is perfect for like video. Can you get a second? Do you mind just flipping on that projector? Do you mind just turning on the button, the power button on the projector? It's yeah, I need to do it more. Power line is on, so it must be just warming up.
So J.D. Smith says Obama proves the existence of aliens. So J.D. Smith, he's 14 years old. In case you don't know, his dad is Will Smith, his mom is J.D. Smith, and he has a new movie coming out this summer. It is called After Earth, and of course he stars alongside his dad, Will. And he was recently interviewed in a magazine, in Wonderland magazine, and they asked asked him a number of questions. Aliens came up, he said, I like aliens. I think aliens are really cool because they exist. I talked to President Obama. I talked to President Obama about extraterrestrials. He said he could neither confirm nor deny the existence of aliens, which means they're real. If people think we're the only people that live in the universe, then something is wrong with them.
So I have a lot of questions. First of all, we might have gotten this idea from this man, right? For color purposes, for the Whistler stars in a lot of aliens, like Independence Day, Men in Black. So if you're a kid and you're growing up, and the main thing you see is your dad.
Everybody hears this sound.
You have a little bit of Scientology, right?
That's the real thing, right? So I mean, I'm just assuming that as a 14-year-old kid, not sure about the thing. So, right? Maybe normalize it a little bit more this time. But the Scientology thing is fascinating. And part of the report that was made, the Scientology symbol really fully confirmed that Scientologists believe in what is a Xenu, and there's aliens, and there's
Everybody
so, like, it's like a 14-year-old who grew up as a Christian in a Christian family thinking Jesus walked on water.
Right.
The question is, it would be more prone to like an exorcism
Yeah.
type situation. You know what I mean? Right. So, it does, that's when you get crazy with now, the guy that was hanging out with the ladies. The idea gets landed there. I mean, I'm pretty sure Jordan Smith is angry for a show on Fox News if he's saying that, president. It's not,
You're pretty liberal, and here's the thing, I mean, when he says, I like aliens, I think aliens are really cool because they exist. Okay, that's not really saying anything substantial. Or even having President Obama say, I neither conform or deny. But when he says, you know, people that don't believe in aliens, there's something wrong with them, that I don't like. You can either believe in aliens or you don't. It doesn't mean that there's something wrong with you. I personally would like to believe in aliens. I have trouble believing in anything if I don't actually feel it, and feel it. But I do understand, I think that somewhere out there, there's another planet like Earth that is, if the perfect distance to a sun, near then, that can give you the right temperature to.
Can you hear me from this microphone? It's on, it's not on? It's on? Okay, great. Just want to remind everyone, if you're sitting here and you want to be a delegate, you should have your credentials down. If anybody doesn't have their credentials, and thank you. And if they've signed up ahead of time, go over here to your right and just check in. Your credentials should be waiting for you. If you have not signed in ahead of time, you'll have to stand in the long line and fill that out. Also, there's coffee, free bagels, thanks to Dorotha Moker. And if you want to prepay for your lunch, Marcy Helfin is there. She will take your payment for lunch. We ordered, I think, 175 lunches. We need to know if we might run out. We'll have to order some more. So if you want to make sure and get a lunch, yes, ma'am. Wait a minute. 9 o'clock is registration. 10 o'clock the convention starts. Did you think the convention was only from 9 to 10?
Well, given the way it's written online, by the way, access. Yes, ma'am, actually I did. So I need your help, because my mom and my son are at 2 weeks down the end, and it took me to write all my.
Okay, well, I apologize if that is confusing. Well, I guess why don't you come up here? Well, I'll talk to you. Over on the table on the right near the coffee, there's somebody collecting money for lunches. Okay, so you thought this was only 9 to 10. Okay, do you want to go to state convention?
We need to do it.
Okay, you got your credentials?
No, I need to go grab them. I did sign in prior to.
Okay, great. Okay, so this is what's going to happen today. What we're going to do is we're going to find out if over 400 people want to go to state convention, then we're going to have to break up into precinct and select people from our precincts.
Okay.
So if this is something you want to do, you're going to be here for a few hours. But then if we elect everybody by acclamation, if we have less than 396 people, then you're on the list, you're good to go.
Okay. So if
So
I
You
need,
can be
County
over
board
by like 11:30.
okay, if I needed to, let me go grab my mom to
Well,
go
if
home
you
and
really
my
promise
dad.
you just real quick, maybe we'll get you first.
Yeah, you live near here?
Say, I live in this district.
Yeah, well, this district goes all the way from Round
Oh,
Rock to.
I live in 75.
Oh, okay, so you're not too far.
Yeah, and he's up there over at Cooper.
You're the
You know what,
longest
now it's probably a good time.
running elected.
Soon.
Well, I can't right now, because the extravaganza is Easter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can probably, think about it.
Also,
Play it by ear.
Run it by
that's
ear.
what I'm
Yes,
saying,
sir.
getting you first, Because you're a part of
This
the
thing does not have an auxiliary output, so I have to set a mic in front of the house.
Oh, okay, okay, well, I plugged something in there to the projector, but the projector has to be plugged in there.
Right, that's the line into that.
Yeah.
Well,
And then we've got a line picking up
Okay,
speakers.
okay.
One of the mics.
I think when we got this, and these two lines. I mean, I don't think anyone, you don't want to wear a mic on your phone, do you?
particularly, does this not work?
Yeah, that one works.
That's 1, 2, that's 1, 2. Well, I don't know. Yeah, this is one you gotta hold next to you. Well, I can project, but I don't know.
It's got pretty good acoustics.
Welcome to SD16 Senatorial District Convention.
Did y'all hear that?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna test without having to hold it. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Welcome to SD16. Hear that? Can?
We heard you, but not through the microphone.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Well, maybe we should swap out with one of those stands. That's better.
Yeah, I don't think we need 2 mics on the floor, do we?
No.
It's a good way to get people shouting at each other.
Yeah.
Have form 2 lines. They're speakers, one at a time.
Wait, since we have 300 people out there trying to sign in, we got to
Yeah,
start.
yeah, one at 10.
Should have said like registration at 8.
We should have. Well, you know, we have so many
Walk
months.
By the way, you are signed.
Yeah.
David and I went over yours.
Then he said he was going to have David Riley make a motion for ratifying committee chairs.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Janice.
A couple of days ago, to the name of the place.
It's nice to see you. Yeah, nice to see you. It's good. Thank you for coming. We have a lot of questions on where the precinct signs this year. I just want to explain that for the delegates that are, as you're arriving. You can sit wherever you like. We have 396 delegates slots to state convention. We don't expect to fill them all. And because of that, what we're probably going to do is elevate everyone to state delegate once all the signs are completed. If for some reason we have over 396 people wanting to go, we will break out to precinct conventions, but only those precincts that have more delegates wanting to go to state conventions than slots. So that's why we don't have signs this year. I hope nobody's heartbroken over that. It looks more like a convention, absolutely, but it's a lot of work. You know, and we had to, yes,
You
sir?
can tell people they can still sit with their neighbors if they know who they are.
Right.
But we're not forcing you to sit with your neighbor this time.
You can sit with your friends instead of your neighbors, how about that?
There's nothing stopping you from having a precinct level convention on your own time.
Yeah, and you're welcome if you would like to have a precinct level convention at your house anytime. Or here before the convention starts. We're supposed to gavel at 10. Don't know. It's 10 right now. People are still signing in, so as soon as we get more people in here, we're going to go ahead and gavel. So I'm encouraging people out in the hallway, if you've already signed in. We're going to call to order. David Griggs, could you come to the stage, please? Catherine McGovern, could you please come to the stage?
The only potential issue is somebody calling after.
She brings coffee in here.
David Griggs and Catherine McGovern, could you please come to the stage?
Yes, they will.
I'm used to seeing all the.
And you know what? Is there a hashtag for today?
Oh, that's good. You want to make it?
Dem SD16 or something?
SD16 Dem is what I would.
SD16.
Okay. Thank you.
I would, the only thing, it would be easier, but it's my fault. So that's. And I would say if we're going to do that, we should probably have the courtesy of telling people in the cafeteria that are already registered to come in. So. It might avoid some pain, but it would cause a whole different kind of pain.
Oh, there he is. Okay, come on, Dave.
I'll sit here. Did we tell the people in the cafeteria, please? Did we tell the people in the cafeteria?
Could I have your attention, please? If you all could hold on for a moment, we need to gather the convention together so that we can do some preliminary business, and then we'll take a little break and you can continue your conversations. Welcome to the Senate District 16 Convention. My name is David Griggs. I'm one of the co-chairs. I'm also the SDC committee man for District 16. Would you all like to introduce yourselves as well?
My name is Janice Schwartz. I'm the committee woman for SD16.
And I'm Kathy McGovern. I'm temporary co-chair for this convention, and we are all glad to see it out there.
Well, welcome. We will give you more welcome shortly, but we have a little matter of pre-business that we need to take care of. As you know, we have several folks who are working hard at the committees, signing in and doing other things. We need to credential those, and we need to ratify those committees that you actually see in your program throughout. We have a lot of volunteers who have offered to do this. So would anyone like to do that?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we ratify the membership of the committees as printed in the program.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second to ratify the committees. Any discussion? Any discussion on that? Everybody understand what we're doing? All right, then all in favor of ratifying those committees, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. I understand the Credentials Committee need to be able to know that they're doing what they're supposed to do. So thank you for that. Shall we continue or? Okay, the consensus of your chairs is that we want to recess for just 2 or 3 minutes so that we can get more people in here to actually begin the convention. I will say this, and we'll have to repeat it when everyone else gets in here. DISD apparently had already decided that it was summer, and so the heat for this room is a challenge. Everybody knows that this is a problem, and we've talked to them about it. However, the head, what's Mr. Levi's title?
Custodian, I believe.
He's the head custodian at the school. There is a call into DISD about this issue, but as you probably know, it is spring break. So we're working on it, but hopefully you won't get too cold, but we don't have much choice. Hopefully we will have enough hot air to fill the room when everybody gets in.
Oh, shit. I'm going to go and print the news in my pocket. I should. Yeah, that's what needed. Yeah. That's I appreciate it. Yeah, I have it on my tablet, and then I show no charger, so if you dial or anything. The problems with modern technology. chicken and egg thing. Who votes on the
And the other.
We're hiding. Nobody can see us. Yeah, exactly.
So anyway, Janice.
Okay. Thank you.
Texas Democratic. Thank God. Wow.
Like, a lot of people are asking where the precinct signs are. You can sit wherever you want to at this convention. You can sit with your precinct if you like, or sit with your friends, or the whole auditorium's open. Thank you.
Do you have your Texas flag? Could someone please find Captain McGovern? We're ready to begin. I'd like to have all of our co-chairs on stage. Could someone please go get Captain McGovern if she's outside? We'd like to get all of our co-chairs on stage. We're ready to begin. We are ready to begin, so if you could reduce your conversations, about 60 seconds we will begin. Well, good morning. Thank you again. Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Well, again, I'm David Griggs, the SBC committee person for Senate District 16. We have 3 co-chairs, and we introduce ourselves again. We had some preliminary business earlier, but we will do it because more people are in here.
My name is Janice Schwartz. I'm the SDEC committee woman for SD16.
And I'm Catherine McGovern. I'm just serving as a temporary co-chair and helping to make this convention work well.
Well, as you will see, this took an army of volunteers to put on. Obviously, we have a wonderful committee which we will introduce and talk about later that helped plan this event. But for now, we want to welcome you and ask that you help try to have a good time today. Let me just see a show of hands. For which of you is this your first convention? Raise your hands. Well, this is something that's somewhat difficult to put on. This will be my 7th or 8th, I guess, that I've had a part of co-chairing. We have a great deal of very strong leadership in Senate District 16. We have some wonderful people who, from year to year, contribute their time and effort to try to make this a fun and exciting day. I will say this, though. This is not a TV show. It's not produced by a professional production manager. It will not flow flawlessly, as you would see on a well-produced TV program. It's more like a reality show, okay? So just understand if there's gaps, if there's things that appear to be not happening as maybe the program said, just understand that there are a lot of moving parts. There are a lot of committees that are meeting. That's why we had to talk about that earlier. We have people who are working already to make decisions and rules that will help us to have a smooth functioning convention. So just understand that we're doing the best we can to make things flow. We also, at this time, want to have an opening ceremony. Christopher Burge is a social studies professor here at this school. Chris? And we have asked Christopher to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We also have the...
Do we want to do the Texas pledge?
Texas pledge as well. Can we turn the lights? Is that hard to do? Okay, well, hopefully most of you know it. Please go ahead.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Chris.
What's the other way, David?
That will happen throughout the day. Don't know which way I'm going. Okay. Well, at this time, we're going to ask you to look at your program. Hopefully you will, because we have some wonderful sponsors who have provided financial assistance to help us run this convention. Their photographs and ads are in the program, so please take a look. But at this time, I want you to look through and find the committees. They're on like 2 pages. Each of these committees have a role, which is a very important role in our convention. And would you all like to come and talk about those committees?
I'm going to talk a little bit about nominations and credentials. I know a lot of people are wondering why we don't have signs this year. This year is very unusual. On the SDC, we decided to get rid of alternates to state convention and strictly only have delegates. We actually increased the pool. So this year we were sending, outside of the people who are exempt, such as David and myself, and then several other people who are on the SDC or are honored guests, we are sending 396 delegates to San Antonio. We hope and pray that everybody wants to go and we will fill up all those slots. But 4 years ago to Houston, we had 190 delegates. So we think that we probably will not be able to fill them all, and that's why we did not set up the polls for the credentials. But the credentials and the nominations committee are really, really important. Credentials is out there doing all the hard work of registering you, making sure you did not vote in the Republican primary, making sure you're a Democrat, and that you're allowed to vote in this district. We've been encouraged to get as many people as we can involved in the process. If somebody has moved, we actually have, I want to thank Leanne here, I know she's probably out there. She volunteered to help register voters or change their addresses if they have moved into the district. So when people don't get the runaround, we have to go to the So basically, and we'll talk about the members of that committee later, but they're out there working really, really hard to make sure everybody gets in. Nominations I know really, really well because I was the co-chair of nominations since 2008 in SD8, in 8, 10, and 12 I was co-chair in SD16. But our job, and this year we think it's going to be not as big a job as usual, is to pick the at-large delegates. Every precinct is allocated delegates based on the number of votes for Wendy Davis. It's 175 votes for Wendy Davis allows you 1 delegate to state convention. In years unlike this year, we have more people wanting to go out of the precincts than we have slots, and they go into an at-large pool, and the nominations committee selects those delegates out of the at-large pool, and we put our focus to diversity in our delegation. So this year, we don't think that's going to happen, but that's a very important job too, and we're on the call in case that's necessary. Thank you.
The 2 committees that I'm going to talk to you about are really important. We'll start with operations. Now, everything about the place we are in, the fact that we have lights and could have heat later on, And, the fun area is all due to the work of the Operations Committee, and Christopher Bird and Linda Love are our co-chairs. And I would like you all to join me in giving them a round of applause. This is the second time we've been able to use E.D. Walker Middle School, and I think that many people have found it's a good location because even though SD16 is geographically pretty broadly spread around, because of this location, you can get here pretty easily. And I see that you all did on all corners of section of SD16. The work that they do, along with the volunteers, is all the planning and the details and the logistics. So we have them to cite. We don't blame if something doesn't go quite right, like people thinking it was going to be spring today. Putting on the air conditioning, that happens. The other committee that we have is rules and procedures. And this is a very important one because of the fact it sets the manner in which we proceed so that there is transparency and fairness across the board in the decisions that are made. And we want to thank Susan Bradley and Jay Neri, who are our co-chairs for the Rules and Procedures Committee. And let's give them a round of applause. Now, I'm an attorney, so of course I love rules. I think the greatest thing since. But anyway, for those of you all who may wonder, what do the rules people do? In your handbook, the program, right under the smiling face of our friend John Ames, you have the description of John. Oh, hi, John. Yeah, well, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, the Rules Committee is responsible for resolving any disputes which may arise while interpreting the rules of the Texas Democratic Party. Now you think, being Democrats, we're not going to have any disputes, and we probably won't. But we have a mechanism for resolving them. Not only are Susan and Jay fully conversant with the state rules, which is what we operate by, but they've got a wonderful committee that is working with them so that if there is a dispute, we can deal with it and we'll all know what the issue was and how it was resolved, or what the recommendation is of the Rules Committee, and then we'll get to vote on it, I believe. So, I don't know that we're going to have any rules changes that are proposed, but if there are, those two will come out of the Rules Committee and will come to us for a vote. And then we'll decide in the convention as a whole what our position is. That's all I'm going to tell you about rules. I know I could go on and you love it, but we're not going
Okay, well, the last committee, unless we missed one, is resolutions. Resolutions Committee is charged with reviewing and debating all the resolutions which are brought forward to the senatorial convention. They are considered by the committee, and the committee members will determine whether to recommend them to the full body. And the convention as a whole will adopt the report of these resolutions. It's a very important committee. This year, Bob Franklin and Tessa and Glenn are co-chairing. But we have a very strong resolutions committee, many of whom have served for several years on this committee, and they're really, really good. So, as on all of our committees, we have people who are quite resourceful. All right, now, one of the things that's important, and we are not advertising for Dr. Pepper, but the only box we could find for people to put their resolutions in was a Dr. Pepper box. So it is on the stage here. Most of you have turned in your resolutions prior to now, but we have a rule that requires us to give you a 1 hour notice of the final check-in for those resolutions. So if you have a resolution that you want to quickly write and put it in the box, it will probably be considered, as most handwritten resolutions are. But for those who are wanting to put a resolution forward. 1 hour from now, which is about 11:40, we will collect those in the Dr. Pepper box to add to all those others that people have turned in electronically to the resolutions committee before now. Okay, at this time, we have several candidates here who are trying to get to the next event, and I have told them that we can bring them up in order of urgency. Okay. Chairman is here. Okay, with the candidates, well, that's late plans. All right, so I'm trying to get the candidates out. Let me. We have several candidates who are trying to get to other events, but we have our sort of keynote speaker who has arrived a little early, so we will find out what his schedule is and then act accordingly. See what I'm telling you, things change. I have to be ready to deal with those. You ready to come forward? Do we want to do the video? Okay. We had an introduction for the chairman, but we will go ahead and announce. We are very pleased to have Chairman Gilberto Hinojosa of the Texas Democratic Party. Truly an honor because I don't believe he's going to very many conventions today. He has chosen to come to our convention, and so just a real quick introduction. I don't have to prepare anything for this, but most of you know Chairman Hinojosa, and he has served now for several years as our state chair. Prior to that, he had a long, decorated history of service to the party, being a judge, an appellate judge, a county judge, and a longtime member of the DNC as well. And we are pleased to have Chairman Hinojosa to address us today. Chairman.
Thank you, David. I try not to take too long because I want the candidates to get a chance to talk to y'all because those are the people that we want to serve us, right? You know, I've come to see you many times. And I always come offering hope, right? Because we hope and we pray and we fight to make sure that Texas turns to be a blue state. The reason why we do this is because elections have consequences. We're not in this game of politics because it's fun necessarily. It's not easy to go knock on doors. Sometimes on hot days or cold days or rainy days, or pick up the phone and make some phone calls to people that you don't know, and sometimes get hung up on and treated badly over the phone, or do all the things that we do in campaigns to ensure that our candidates get elected. Those are not necessarily fun things. We don't do politics because it's fun. We do politics because it's important to our community, to our families, because elections have consequences, right? You know, whether or not our children are going to get the quality of education that they deserve to have to make them strong, critical thinking citizens in our country to provide for the future of our great country depends upon whether or not we elect leaders that are going to provide the adequate funding and resources to provide that quality education, right? It is not right in the state of Texas that today, out of 50 states in the country, Texas is ranked 49 in funding per child for public school students in the United States. That's not right, and that happens because elections have consequences and Republicans have refused to provide funding for our children. It is not right that it is very, very difficult, if not impossible, for a low-income or middle-income Texan child to be able to go to college because the Republicans, since they've been in office, have increased tuition rates tenfold in the last 10 to 15 years. It is not right in our state that we have the largest number of people who are uninsured and do not have access to health care in our state. Why? Because elections have consequences. It is not right that you hear all the rhetoric against women, minorities, people who have disabilities. All the things that you are hearing today are happening and you're hearing from Republicans. Those things are occurring because elections have consequences. And we hope that we can change that. And I come to you every 2 years or every year when you ask me to come speak to y'all to give you hope. Well, this year, I believe that we have more reason to have hope. And primarily not only because we have great candidates, not only because we have two great candidates that are running for President of the United States, and either one of them that is worth more than all of but also because the Republicans have made a conscious decision to commit political suicide. Today, you see them wringing their hands, they're all worried, they're all scared, they're all upset, they're all conspiring, they're all really, really worried about this guy that they are about to nominate as a candidate for President of the United States. But you know what? They are responsible for that. They created that environment. They are what created God. That's what happens when you leave. That's what happens when you decide that you don't have to be politically correct. That's what happens when you decide to go after minorities, immigrants, women, all the people in this country that you don't like or don't look like you. That is what happens. You create a Donald Trump in the law. And don't be crying and don't be whining about it. Accept it. Because you're going to get your own pictures over this. There's hope in Texas too. I always tell you this, and sometimes people don't like it, but you need to hear it because I'm not here to tell you just nice things. I'm here to tell you things to challenge you, right? We are not a blue state in Texas because of y'all, right? You get it. You show up. You fight. You knock on doors. You get your family to go out and vote. You get your relatives. You get your neighbors, the people that you talk to. You're working at this every single day. You're not the problem. We need 4 million votes of Hispanics on the table every single election cycle in the state of Texas. 4 million! If 1/4 of those 4 million would go vote, Texas would be a blue state. Texas would be a blue state. And they're Democrats. They have decided for whatever reason, and I'm not going to get into a sociological discussion about that with you right now, but they have decided for some reason that it's not important to their families for them to go out and vote. So what do we do? What do we do to get them to go out and vote? Well, here's what I've said for a long time, and some of you have heard this before, but I believe that you got 3 things have to happen to get these Democrats that are sitting home in this state to go out and vote. You gotta make them angry, or you gotta make them scared, or you gotta make them proud. And if you all do all 3 together, you got a chance. Right? Well, the Republicans, with their nominee, have created a perfect storm for us. They really have. Hispanics in this state, and I live in a Hispanic community, the Rio Grande Valley is 95% Hispanic. And I see this every day in restaurants. They're not talking about the Democratic nominees that are running for president when I run into them. They want to talk about Trump. They do. They do. Why? Because they're scared. They're scared about what the Republicans are talking about and what their nominee is talking about. They're scared about a person that's saying that he wants to deport 12 million undocumented immigrants, many of which are family members of these people that are voters that are staying home. They're scared about them talking about building this wall from San Diego to Brownsville to keep people out. They're scared about these people talking about that they believe that a kid that is born from undocumented immigrants should not be a United States citizen, because, and they call them anchor babies. They are scared about that. They're scared about all the nasty things that these people are saying that they're going to do to our folks out there. And they're angry about it. They're angry about it because these people are calling their folks, their family members, the people that are coming to the United States to find work, because, to prevent the children from being murdered in the woods and other parts of South and Central America. They are angry because they call them murderers and rapists and cheats and people who are coming over here not to work but to do bad things. They're angry about this, right? I was driving down the street, I think I told some of y'all, I was driving down the street and there was a Suburban in front of me, an old beat up Suburban. And in that Suburban, on the back of that Suburban was a bumper sticker this big. And please forgive me with what I'm going to tell you, but this is what it said. It said in Spanish, Trump no vale madre. You know what? That means Trump ain't worth it, you know what? So I sped up. I wanted to catch that person because I wanted one of those bumper stickers. And I drove over there and given it was a young person driving who, you know, that's going to put something like that as a bumper sticker on their car. I caught up to him, and it was an elderly couple in their late 60s or 70s. People are pissed off. Those folks who never ever would think about putting a bumper sticker like that on their car were brave enough to put it on because they're angry. Right? And proud. Let's talk about that. You know, one thing in our culture and everybody's culture is when your kids finally make it, when somebody in your family finally makes it, right? They graduate from high school. They show up at the graduation ceremony. They tell you, where are you going in such a hurry? Well, the cap and gown. I'm going to the cap and gown. What's a cap and gown? The cap and gown. The graduation ceremony. And they'll brag about it. Mijito or mijita just graduated from high school. That's the first one in our family. Mijita is going to be a doctor. Mijito is going to be a teacher. Mijita is going to be a lawyer. And they brag about this. They're proud and they talk about it all the time. And they show up and they make sacrifices to make sure that their children have an opportunity in this world to do better for the world, for themselves, and for the rest of their community. They're proud about that. Well, we may, in Texas, have the opportunity to have one of our homegrown become the next vice president of the United States. When he is running for vice president, and he will get elected vice president, when he is running for vice president, people will know that when he becomes vice president, in 4 to 8 years, he will be the first Hispanic president of the United States. And he will be one of our own. If there's anything that will make our community and stay home proud, is that. So we have it all coming together. It's up to you now to make sure that you remind people that it's not just about being angry, and it's not just about being scared, and it's not just about being proud, it's about doing something about it. That you remind them that all these things are happening because the Republicans have decided that they don't have to be nice to you. They don't have to treat your families right. They don't have to ensure that your families have a piece of the pie that all Americans deserve to have it. You need to remind them of that every single day. And don't tell me that you don't speak Spanish and you can't knock on their doors. They speak English too, okay? Do this every day. Do this between now and the election. I promise you will make a difference. We can't do it by ourselves, but together we can get it done. So let's get it done. Let's turn this stage loose. Let's make sure that we get Democrats from the White House to the courthouse because elections have consequences. Thank you so much.
Okay, and at this point in the program, we are going to go ahead and appoint our parliamentarian, and we are very, very fortunate that Christopher Burge has agreed to be our parliamentarian again. So, this gentleman on the stage, who is also a professor here at Also, at this point, we're going to have an election for permanent secretary of the convention. Do I see any nominations from the floor?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Ron Green.
Second. I have a second. Any other nominations? Any other nominations?
Ron Green.
Okay, second nomination for Rhonda Green. Thank you, Rachel. Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Nominations are closed. Do we have a motion to accept Rhonda by acclamation? Any seconds? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Come please join us. Congratulations.
Also, I have been asked by the Rules Committee co-chairs for the Rules Committee to step out and meet briefly. We have some preliminary things the Rules Committee needs to discuss. One of them is, and I believe that they're going to come back with this ruling, the suggestion has been, since we have so many candidates today and so many people, and also on the floor, there may be things that come up that we would like to ask you to be very brief with your comments, 2 minutes or less. Maybe we can get a ruling by the Rules Committee on this. But I say this now because we have several candidates who are waiting to talk to us, and they've been patiently waiting for the last few minutes. And so if you would just maybe line up on each side here, we'd like for you to come forward and be as brief as possible. Those who are having to go to another convention quickly, please decide among yourselves the order of priority as far as your urgency. But I know that we have some House candidates and some others. Sally Montgomery, are you here? No, Sally, we would like to. Yeah. Okay. Just a moment, Jen.
I have a quick announcement from Bob Franklin on resolutions. The resolutions committee is starting to meet now in room 128. So if you're on resolutions, please proceed.
Judge Sally Montgomery is from our district, probably the longest sitting judge from our district and the county in the Democratic Party. Sally, I know you have some words of greeting for this convention.
Every day is wonderful being a Democrat. I'm Judge Sally Montgomery, County Court of Law number 3, and I just wanted to say good morning and let's get to it. Thank you.
Good morning, Democrats! I'm Todd Raines, and I am your Dallas County Tax Assessor Collector. I'm proud to represent you. We came in first place in the Democratic primary, and we have a runoff election on May 24th. So please go out and vote and take 25 people with you. Thank you.
Good morning to everybody. I'm Jan McDowell. I'm running for the U.S. House, District 24. My opponent is Kenny Marchant. He's running for his 7th term, which is 2 minutes. So I see our country as a land of plenty with haves and have-nots. And the haves have 2 choices. They can either circle the wagons and try to beat up all those people that are coming to take our stuff, or we can scoot over and make more room at the table for everybody. I'm proud to be a Democrat because I think Democrats are the ones who scoot over and make room at the table for everybody. So I would appreciate your support as we go forward. Thank you so much.
My name is Tina Clinton, and I'm also I want to say thank you so much. You are the backbone of our party. You work the elections, you get the people out, you knock on doors, you represent us so that we can help you and be your voice in government. And we want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for giving me the chance to serve you and for giving me the opportunity to be a judge that bears the Democratic banner. So thank you for all that you do, and it's wonderful to be here with the 16th.
Hi, I'm Martin Hoffman. I'm the judge of the 68th District Court. Senate District 16. I've been a Democrat my whole life, been involved in Democratic politics. Anyone here remember Ann Richards? I was the state youth coordinator many years ago, been involved in Democratic politics. I've been involved in a lot of elections. This is my third term, and I don't know that I've ever been as excited about being a Democrat. What about you guys? I don't have a clear choice about the future of our country, and this is an exciting year for every one of us who's been a Democrat. And I think this is the year that we're going to take back, we're going to keep the White House and take back a lot of additional seats all across the state of Texas. So I'm excited. Thank you so much for your support. I'm not on the ballot this time, I'll be on the ballot next time. I hope you support that.
Hi, I'm Terry Mesa. I'm your Democratic candidate for House District 105 for Irving and Grand Prairie. And the northern part of Irving, thank you, is in Senate District 16, and the other part of it is in Senate District 9. I was here a couple of years ago. At that time, I was successful enough in the campaign to make it into the runoff, because there were 3 of us. And but this time I get to appear before you as the Democratic candidate for House District 105, and I'm so proud to represent the Democratic Party in that district. The Texas Democratic Party told me, if we don't compete in House District 105, then we're committing political malpractice. Isn't that an interesting phrase? Political malpractice. We might as well just close our doors, run up the white flag, and say we're not competing in Texas if we don't compete in House District 105. There are only 5 districts in the state that are competitive because of the way all the districts have been drawn. They're either so solid R or so solid D. There are very few districts that are 50-50. 2 are in Harris County, and we're fortunate to have 3 in Dallas County. And House District 105 is one of those 3. You're going to hear from another one of those candidates soon. So I'm very excited about how winnable this race is. I'm taking on Tea Party favorite, Rodney Anderson out of Grand Prairie. I was there on opening day when he voted with just a small number of people against Speaker Strauss. There are 3 political parties in Austin, as you may know, Republicans, Democrats, and the Tea Party. And so we have a coalition to stop all the crazy stuff that the Tea Party puts forward, and I want to be part of that coalition to stop Rodney Anderson's crazy Tea Party stuff. So in his party, the Republicans don't even like him because he's a Tea Party guy. The school board people and school district people don't like him because he didn't support funding kindergarten, pre-K. He didn't support restoring funding for education. The city council people and municipal people don't like him because he voted for House Bill 40 that was kind of called the anti-fracking ban in Denton that took away local control. And the immigrant community in House District 105 don't like him because he co-authored the American Law Act. That was the one that said American law is supreme. Well, duh. Also called the Anti-Sharia Court Bill. So he co-authored that. So it's not only the Hispanics in House District 105 that are upset about what all's going on, as you heard Hector Hinojosa talk about with Trump and everything. It's not just the Hispanic community in House District 105 that's upset about Rodney Anderson. It's the Hindu community, the Nepali community, the Muslim community, because they don't want a representative who practices politics of division based on race and religion. District 105 is the home to the most diverse zip code in the United States. Can you believe that? Not New York, not Chicago. House District 105 has the most diverse zip code in the United States. So we deserve to have a representation that celebrates that diversity, someone who will build bridges and not walls. Thank you.
Yay, girl. Yes, yay, girl. My name is Doris Ogre. I'm running for House District 115. We are the home of the most far right-wing Tea Party candidate that Dallas County has, Mr. Matt Rinaldi. And you know what y'all are saying is the same thing I'm hearing from Republicans. Nobody likes that guy. So I'm working really hard. I hope you all will support me and help turn out the vote there in House District 115, because we have Democrats in House District 115. We can turn them out, and we can win this election. Thank you so much for being here. I was proud and happy to sponsor the breakfast. I'm proud to give back to this community, and I hope you all support me in November. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Democrats. My name is Nobara Rice, and I am for countywide elected official of the Dallas County School Board. I'm a lifelong proud Democrat, first and foremost. Number two, I'm a proud member of the Fighting 16, so I come right out of this district. 2 years ago, when I first got onto the school board, I had told you all that I would work hard bringing our democratic values to Dallas County schools. I'm proud to report back to you that we increased our minimum wage to a living wage of $10.50 an hour at Dallas County schools. We increased medical insurance coverage for our employees, so every single employee at Dallas County schools doesn't have to pay extra. We are paying the extra with those increases in insurance. We're taking care of those. We also passed a fully comprehensive non-discrimination policy that includes sexual orientation and gender identity expression. So I'm here to tell you that I'm not on the ballot, but I'm here to tell you that in November, vote straight Democrat, get your neighbors to vote straight Democrat, and let's turn Texas blue.
Good morning, Democrats. My name is Nancy Mulder. I'm one of your judges down at the county criminal courthouse. Thank you. I'm a proud member of SD16. This is my second time to be a delegate, and I just want to thank you. You know, being a judge is my job, but equality is my passion. And down at the criminal courthouse, we're just like everywhere else in the country. We have got to make change. And thanks to judges like Tina Yu, who spoke earlier, and all your Democratic judges down at the criminal courthouse, we're doing that. But we need your support, and we appreciate everything you all do for us so that we can make this change. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Niave. I'm an attorney and I'm a candidate for state representative for House District 107. House District 107 covers parts of East Dallas by Lakewood, South Garland, and Mesquite, and this is one of the most competitive races in the entire state of Texas. And I want to share just a little bit about my background, a little bit why I'm running, and a little bit about our race. Just really quickly, I was born and raised in Dallas, Texas. My dad came to this country initially as an immigrant, and he came with two things. He came with a 6th grade education, and he also came with a dream. And that's a dream for a better life. And my parents very much told me that we've got to focus on your education. And so education, 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 that is one of the most critical issues facing our state. Do you agree with me? I'm an attorney by trade. I'm very much an advocate. I regularly present cases before judges and juries, and I want to take my skills as an attorney to go fight and advocate for our community in the legislature. And I'm running for several reasons.
One, I'm running because I'm frustrated about the laws that I've seen come out of Austin. Do you agree with me? I'm running because we've got to be investing in our public schools, and our state legislature voted this past for a budget in which the spending per pupil is actually going to decrease after inflation in 2017. Are you okay with that? I'm running because it's time for change. Do you agree? This is one of, and I'm going to throw one more in there. I'm running because sometimes it takes a woman to get these boys in. House 107 is one of the most competitive races in the state. During the last presidential, it was a 50.8 to 49.2 split. 50.8 to 49.2, an 850 vote margin out of 50,000. That's how close it came. And I need your help. We need your help. Our website is victoriafortexas.com. We'd love to have your support. I'm so thankful for the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to getting to know you folks. Have a good night.
Good morning. I'm Greta Andrews Bowers, and I'm just so I'm so glad I'm coming after Victoria because she got you all really warmed up for me, and all the other great candidates that are here. You know, I don't have a whole lot to say, but I do want to say that just like all of you, I've been working hard to turn Texas blue for quite some time. Some of you in House District 113 are here. If y'all wave your hands, and you know, so I'm a proud member of SD16 as well. But you know, I just want to say I've been a grassroots politician. You know, that's what got me started in this game. I really started out in the school systems because I was at home rearing my family. And it grew for me. It grew for me to not just my kids, but all the kids in the community of Rowlett. We have Rowlett, we have parts of Garland, we have Mesquite, and we're kind of straight up and down. I really don't like to, and some of my team members will tell you, I don't like to mention the incumbent. I don't like to mention her and waste time doing that because I know that our race is winnable. And I learned that when I was working for Wendy Davis. And I tell you what, when they moved me over to Mesquite, which was in House District 113, and I got to knock on our doors, I knew that the race was winnable. The last candidate that ran got 40.6% of the vote. And I know we can turn that and get that seat back. So I know this race is winnable. I hope you'll give me your support. I'm going to give it all I've got. And I know in November, we're going to say, of course we won because we left it all out on the field. So give me your support, invest in me and all these other great candidates. And as Terry said and Victoria said, 113 is one of those top races and one of the most winnable. So thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your energy.
Good morning, Democrats. I'll let y'all know, I'm not on the ballot this time, but I'm here. I come every 2 years, like the sparrows back to Capistrano, because it's time to have a Democratic convention, and I'm proud that y'all are here. I want to go over, I've heard a couple, and they did a great job of talking about y'all being the grassroots, and I thought, that is true. You can't have a good lawn or garden if you don't have really good roots, and there's no doubt that we have really good roots, but y'all are more than the grassroots. Y'all are really the head, heart, and spine of our party. Y'all go the extra effort. You come here, you give your time, you give your money, you give everything you have to make sure that we have our candidates and we support the right ideas. You're the head because you're the conscience, and that's where our head comes from. And you're a great conscience. And then you're the heart because you're the compassion. And there's no doubt, I guess it's kind of easy if we're going to compare ourselves to what the Republicans got going to say, we're more compassionate. That's not taking a whole lot. But you're the spine too, because you're the principle. You're the unwavering belief of certain things that we care about, and you hold us elected officials and candidates to those principles. And I'm proud of you, and I appreciate you greatly. I want to share one last thing with you. Some of y'all know I was blessed by y'all to be able to serve in the state legislature for 4 terms and got to be part of some important things, I felt like. Then you blessed me with the opportunity to serve as your district judge for the 134th District Court. I like to think of myself as your judge downtown. I hope that you feel that way. But I want to tell you, I know when I look back on my career, the greatest day and the greatest honor I had was when the Supreme Court made that tremendous decision to give marriage equality in this country. Some of y'all will know it was my great honor and just an overwhelming privilege to have been in my court and married hundreds of couples that day. And we stayed there till almost midnight, making sure that every single couple that had a marriage license on that day and wanted to have that historic day of marriage forever on their marriage license, that they would be able to do it. And I really appreciate that. Just a small part in that, and it was such a tremendous honor because we would have, and you're not going to believe this, but it was overwhelming. We had hundreds of marriages come through our court that day, and the average length of the couples together was 20 years. 20 years! And they never thought they'd have that opportunity. And they were so moved, and it was so moving to me. And I'm so proud of y'all for fighting for that. I'm so proud of our Supreme Court for standing up and doing what was the right thing. And I'm really honored and blessed that y'all gave me an opportunity to be a small part of it. And I hope that I make you proud. And if I don't, you come over and straighten me out.
Good morning. My name is Jack Matthew, and I am running for House District 112. I am presently the president of the Garland Area Democratic Club, a club that I am very, very proud of. In November, I will be challenged by a very formidable opponent. Her name is Chin Button. And I'm going to need a lot of help, okay? I bring to the table, I'm a retired Army Sergeant Major. So I bring leadership. I've been a small business owner for 20 plus years. I retired then. And organization skills, and hopefully I can go to Austin and take care of the job. So I appreciate your vote in November. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Chika Adian. I am a criminal defense attorney running for judge of the Criminal District Court number 2. Thank you. I'm so honored to be amongst you today. I am in a runoff with my opponent, and I just wanted to share a little bit about myself. I have 24 years of experience as a criminal defense attorney, 18 years of them right here in Dallas County. I've represented thousands of people. My practice is dedicated to the indigent. That means the poor, the underserved, and a lot of them also thanking. So the people who really need good representation, who really don't have too many options. And I also represent the mentally ill. And you know, that cuts across race, gender, everything. You know, I could be out there making big bucks, but this is my calling. This is what I want to do, and so I've dedicated myself to it. I know that I serve my clients well and at a higher level because the Dallas County Criminal Defense Lawyers Association for 2 years in a row, 2014 and 15, they voted me as one of Dallas' best criminal defense attorneys. Also, for more than a decade, every single year, all 17 of the judges at the Frank Crowley Court Building, which is where this court that I'm running for is, they have qualified me as capable of trying all levels of felonies up to first degrees. And I have done that for several years. I've tried felony cases, top felony cases in all the courts. I've tried misdemeanors in all the misdemeanor courts. And I am very proud of what I do. I believe I am the best candidate for this position. I have the experience that it takes. I have the compassion that it takes. I know the court system very well. I practice it solely here in Dallas County. I know all the transitions that we make through the jail, through the courthouse, and I am very comfortable there. I know that I will serve Dallas County at a higher level. So please come out and support me. Vote for me. I've been endorsed by several of the Democratic clubs, including the Far North Dallas and Richardson Democrats, the Mexican American Democrats of Texas, Teamsters Local Union 745, Metrocrest Democrats, Preston Hollow Democrats, and the Tejano Democrats, as well as the elected officials. So as a superior candidate, so please support me. Thank you so much.
Okay, then, certainly not least is our Dallas County Democratic Party Chair.
Thank you. My name is Carol Donovan. I am proud to be your Dallas County Democratic Party Chair. You know, as the chairman said to us already, this is a very exciting race. Presidential years are always exciting. This particular one is historical, and the part you're playing right now is it's the first time here in Texas that we have combined the precinct caucus with the senatorial caucus, so you get 2 conventions for the price of one. Aren't we efficient? You know, there are a lot of factors that separate the Democrats and the Republicans, and I am not going to take your convention time to list every single one of them. But there has been one factor preeminent in my mind through this entire presidential election that I just have to bring up. It's civility. I have never seen anything like what's been going on the Republican side, and though I am saddened for them, I am so proud of the Democratic Party that the candidates have treated each other with respect. They are not criticizing and making fun of every special interest group, race, and religion in the country. Rather, they are honoring the differences, respecting the differences, and you know what? We respect each other. Thank you. I respect and applaud our leaders at the convention today, David Briggs, Shannon Schwartz, and Catherine McGovern. And I leave you in very capable hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol, and thanks to all of you for your patience as we listen to our candidates. What a great, concise, short presentation. How many candidates did we have? Did you count them? It was like 20 or so. We got them done very quickly, and they didn't even know what the rule was, and they pretty much followed it. The Rules Committee has come back with a preliminary report and has asked its adoption, so I'm just going to read this to you and hopefully get your buy-in on it. And here is the preliminary rule that the Rules Committee has suggested for the convention to consider. In order to facilitate the efficient function of the convention, the Rules Committee recommends limiting each speaker, pro or con, to 2 minutes or less for a time on all issues and motions before the convention. Is there anybody objecting to that? Shall we do it? Okay. this does not need a second, it simply needs the approval of the body. So I would just ask you to say aye if you agree to the Rules Committee recommendation. Aye. Any opposed? No. Mary, I think you were slightly outvoted, but that's okay. All right, well, thank you. All right, well, and Carol certainly made a very, and obviously if you are making the presentation here, that doesn't apply to you, a formal presentation, as the next speaker is. As the chair, I think, would agree, the next presentation needs to be given the time it needs, because we are a family, and that family respects those who have gone before us, who have made major contributions to the party. We haven't done this before, but we felt like it was appropriate. The planning committee and the chairs agreed that we wanted to take a few minutes to remember those Democrats who have passed on during the past couple of years since our last convention. And we have someone who is certainly capable and able of doing that. Tom Blackwell is a longtime precinct chair. How many years have you been? 20-something? Since 78. Since 78. Well, you do the math. Very long time. And Tom not only is a longtime precinct chair, but he is also a historian and someone who has done a great deal of work to research this effort with the help of a lot of people who contributed by sending information to Tom. So Tom Blackwell, if you could come forward, please, and let's give Tom the patience to listen to the memories of those Democrats who have gone before us. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Tom Blackwell. I'm the precinct chair of 2220 and a advisory council member representing Council District 108. They say I'm a historian of this party, and maybe so. I have been a part of the Senate District Convention since 1974, the state delegate since 1976, when we didn't go into electoral college, and a precinct chair since 1978. Since we last met at the Senatorial District Convention, we've lost a number of people who have been important to the success of the Dallas County Democratic Party. Their work has come to positively impact party results regionally and nationally. We are left with the history and example of some very good people who serve as examples for our future. We should follow those models as we consider the strategies that are available to us for the future. The names I have are not ranked in a particular order. As we planned this, we found we had pictures of some of them, but not others. So to be consistent, we're not using pictures today. This is our first time to handle memorials this way at a Senate District Convention. And I trust we'll see improvements on it in the future, considering the limited time that's been available for the preparation. There was a time when Dallas County performed about like a number of other counties in Texas that produced majorities for the opposition. The people I'm about to name are among those responsible for producing some amazing results that started in 2002 with the election of Judge Sally Montgomery, who you see here today, who used to reside in my precinct. And since 2006, we've won every countywide election except for one. So it's my intent to recognize people who have been a part of this, who are no longer with us, as we look to their example of their lives for what we can do in the future. Judge James Martin, the presiding judge of the Dallas County Family Courts, judge of the 254th District Court. He outnumbered Judge David Hanchin in the Democratic primary. Later, he stood outside my polling place in precinct 2220 and 2221 at Robert S. Higher Elementary, greeting voters even though it was raining. He was re-elected and sworn in to begin a new 4-year term on January 1, 2015. He passed away entirely too soon on April 19, 2015. He was a member of the First Methodist Church and was involved with the choir there as well as with barbershop quartets. The barbershop quartets sung at his receptions and fundraisers. The choir that turned out for his funeral service filled the entire front of the sanctuary of the First Methodist Church in downtown Dallas. I last saw him at his swearing-in. The position was filled temporarily by the Republican governor. The Democratic nominee for the November general election for the unexpired term is our former county chair, Darlene Ewing. Then I come to an amazing name, Jess Hay, the former chairman of the DNC Finance Committee. He was chairman of the Board of Regents of the University of Texas during a period of extensive building of facilities, including buildings where I was in class. He was the finance chair for Governor Dolph Briscoe's campaigns and for Jimmy Carter's presidential campaign of 1976, the last time Texas Democrats won the Electoral College. He was heavily involved with fundraising for Bob Kruger's campaigns, organizing a noted event at the Great Hall of the Apparel Park. He last hosted a fundraiser for the re-election of State Representative Carol Kent, which I attended at his home after the Republicans had changed the district lines to include him. He was active in the Methodist Church and its building projects. I recall his campaign speeches sometimes about the daughters of fathers and sons of mothers. I guess that just about included just about everyone. At the family reception following his service, I told friends, including my academic advisor at UT, Dr. Chancellor Bill Cunningham, to be sure and see the photo of Jess Hay and his daughters with President Kennedy that was hung in a prominent place in his home. Then another amazing name, Dr. Dan Weiser. Dan Weiser received his PhD in mathematics from Rice University when he was 25. In the 1950s, he stepped forward in the fight against racism in Dallas. He fought against the poll tax. He supported the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 with the view of, if not now, when. Dan was involved in redistricting from the 1960s forward. He was the lead plaintiff in the key case of White versus Weiser, which was decided by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1973. Dan became a mentor and informal counselor to countless public servants. He deeply enjoyed providing advice and assistance to hardworking candidates and public officials. He was also a Democratic precinct chair. He won awards for his work helping women candidates win elections. He also helped many African American and Hispanic candidates as well as LGBT candidates. He was an early advocate for progressive environmental policies. Dan had a career as a mathematician at Mobile Oil in Dallas, working alongside with Nat Stein and my cousin John Edwards. Nat's wife Sheila Stein was also a beloved Democratic precinct chair. Dan served as a pallbearer at the funeral for my cousin John Edwards. Dan also served many years on the City of Dallas Cultural Affairs Committee. He and his wife Louette were married for 61 years. The next name I have is Claire Wardendike. Claire Wardendike was known as a union sign printer. He ran a company called Edwards and Patterson Signs, which his son Charles continues today. Claire was very involved in politics and ran for Dallas County Treasurer, Dallas County Clerk, and Irving Mayor. Claire was never elected to any offices, but remained active in politics, where he became a campaign manager for Judge Luis Sepulveda. He introduced me to Judge Sepulveda at the Joe May, who was elected to the Dallas Independent School District Board. Claire's wife of 48 years, Nancy Ward, continues to serve as the Democratic precinct chair here in this county. Jimmy Farrell was a son of our friends Mary and Buck Farrell. He was a Democratic precinct chair and party activist. He previously ran for a national delegate here in the 16th district, but he was not successful. Jimmy was maitre d' at Prevost Pasta House on Greenville Avenue. We lost him to the same kind of cancer that took his father. His mother, Mary Farrell, was a secretary to Governor Dolph Briscoe and noted researcher into the Kennedy assassination, who left us with the Mary Farrell Foundation that continues this work. I was a customer of Prevost Pasta House, and one day I had a stack of quarter mail I took with me to handle while eating dinner. I began making notes on a draft I received of the Democratic platform. Jimmy asked me what it was, and I told him, and he remarked that the state convention had already been completed. I replied that that was true, that this was a draft of the national convention platform. We will miss Jimmy. He left us too early. Kathleen Pulte. Kathleen Pulte was a Dallas school teacher and wife of SMU professor Dr. Bill Pulte. She was active along with him in party activities. Jack Cathy was a precinct chair and fellow elected member of the Dallas County Democratic Party Advisory Council. He was an active member of the Park City Central Dallas Democrats. John Knutson was a precinct chair who served on the Dallas County Democratic Party Advisory Council. He held a master's in inorganic chemistry from Idaho State University. He was a member of the King of Glory Lutheran Church. Pat Tharp was a precinct chair who helped organize the Lake Highlands Democratic Club. It met at his dance master's facility on Northwest Highway. He was often a state convention delegate and was involved with the Choice Caucus at state conventions. Priscilla Walford was a precinct chair and member of the Strategic Planning Committee of the Dallas County Democratic Party. She followed the late Joe Pittsender as chair of a precinct in University Park that bordered Central Expressway. She helped organize the Park City's Democrats in the 1980s, along with others who had been a part of the early political efforts of Neighbor and Richards. She joined with neighbors in opposing the proposal to double-deck Central Expressway, where we held an event at a church parking lot on the expressway that featured an appearance by Mark White, who was successfully elected as our governor. She was active in the Highland Park United Methodist Church. Bruce Smith was a member of the Preston Hollow Democrats and campaign volunteer. Bruce was a lifelong Democrat. As a Rhode Island newspaper reporter, he covered Jimmy Carter's 1976 New Hampshire primary presidential campaign. He volunteered full-time for Carol Kent's Texas House of Representatives District 114 campaign in 2012. Roy Orr was mayor of DeSoto, president of the DeSoto School Board, and a Dallas County commissioner for 10 years. He served on the SDEC and is chairman of the Texas Democratic Party. He was a delegate to the Democratic National Conventions in 1968, 1972, and 1980. He also served as president of the National Association of Counties. He happened to be present when I testified for a transportation bill before the House Transportation Committee at the Capitol. He gave me encouragement with remarks that he agreed with what I was doing. At one point, Democrats in Dallas County had to fight the appointment of Republican election judges by the commissioners. I was present for the vote, and Commissioner Orr made a point to vote against the appointments, making a public statement that I was there. He wanted Democratic candidates and volunteers to know he had voted with us. President Jimmy Carter appointed Roy Orr to the board of the Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations. Governor Ann Richards appointed him to serve on the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission. He served as its chairman from 1991 to 1997. Governor Richards also appointed him to serve as chairman of the Texas State Property Board. Governor Mark White appointed him to the Texas Commission on Jail Standards of the Texas Aeronautics Commission. Governor Bob Briscoe appointed him as chairman of the Texas County and District Retirement System Board. He was recognized with many honors, including Dallas Press Club Headliner of the Year, Dallas County NAACP Man of the Year, Oak Cliff Man of the Year, and the DeSoto Chamber of Commerce Man of the Year twice. The city of DeSoto dedicated Roy Orr Trail in his honor, while the city of Grand Prairie recognized him with Roy Orr Boulevard. Bruce D. Shelton, also known as Brucifer, had a passion for community service and involvement. He was involved in registering voters and served all of our elections. He attended the Senate District Conventions. I last spoke with him at this convention 2 years ago. I wanted to continue that discussion, but his passing has prohibited that. He had a long time involvement in the Stonewall Democrats. He served on its board and was known for participation in their candidate endorsement meetings. He was an employee of the Bank of America. Kitty Parnell, a noted campaign volunteer who helped get Ken Moberg elected as Dallas County Chair, a 100% Yellow Dog Democrat and mother of David and Gary Parnell, who are also 100% Yellow Dog Democrats. Richard Perkins, a Vietnam veteran who served as secretary of the Texas Democratic Party. He managed the Dallas office of the campaign to elect Bob Kruger to the United States Senate. Dr. Kruger eventually served in that position, appointed by Governor Ann Richards, and was our last Texas Democratic United States Senator. Richard grew up in Dallas, where he attended Dick Gray Texter Elementary, a student of a friend of Flo Camp, and graduated from Bryan Adams High School, Lee School College, and Amherst University. Richard was a manager at DART. He also worked at Western Electric and was an officer in the CWA. He was appointed to one of 3 seats on the Texas Industrial Accident Board by Governor Ann Richards. Richard introduced Barack Obama at one of his campaign events in Dallas in 2008. Richard did not see the video of this event until he was at my house and I showed it to him on my laptop. Richard had significant knowledge of the history of the Democratic Party during its years of progress and success. Barbara Arden Schwartz Silverberg, a volunteer at the Dallas County Democratic Party office. She was a lifelong Democrat and proudly managed Governor Ann Richards' North Dallas campaign office. She also worked very hard on many other local campaigns, including that of Adeline Harrison. Governor Richards also appointed her to the State Archives and Library Commission. Locally, she supported the arts, Planned Parenthood, women's groups, and her synagogue. She loved her family, friends, and Dallas. Ann Huebner. Ann was elected to serve on the Dallas County School Board, where she worked with her colleagues to improve the safety of thousands of school children, as well as improve the working conditions of the professional bus drivers who shepherded them. Ann was smart and politically astute. As an unabashed Democrat, she worked tirelessly to elect those who she felt best served the community, state, and country. Ann held a bachelor's degree in political science at the University of Texas at Arlington. She held many certifications in her chosen profession of real estate. She served on many boards and organizations, including the Metro-Tex Board of Realtors and the Best Southwest Chamber of Commerce. She was involved with Downwinders at Risk, the Dallas County Democratic Party, the Hillary Clinton campaign, and the Holy Spirit Catholic Church. Her son, James Huebner, followed her on the Dallas County School Board. Her daughter, Katie Huebner, was elected Justice of the Peace in a district that includes Grand Prairie and Irving. She was tough, opinionated, and committed to many causes. And Huebner was passionate about things that mattered. She worked to right the wrongs where there was an injustice. Some causes to which Ann lent her voice include clean air, gun control, smoking, and city politics in ways that made differences in people's lives. She was a devoted follower of Hillary Clinton and served as a national convention delegate in 2008. The Southwest Dallas County Democrats has set up the Ann Huebner Scholarship Fund, which will award a student at Duncanville High School the monetary donation each year. Information on how to donate to this is available. Then Susan Edwards, formerly the precinct chair of 1119, and an active Democrat supporter of a number of candidates. Her son, George Edwards, continues as president of the Preston Hollow Democrats today. I thank you for hearing our research into our recent past and look forward to seeing how the example of these people out there move us forward into the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. What a wonderful job. I was just amazed that you knew these people and you were able to add a personal touch. We are a family, and I noticed there were a lot of you out there for whom this is their first convention. And I hope that you're beginning to realize that unlike the other party, we do respect each other. We respect the contributions of other folks, even though we may not totally agree with them on every issue. We do respect each other. We are a family. And if you came today because you were excited about a particular presidential candidate and had never been a part of this type of event, just know that you're cousins now, and we're going to expect you to be a part of our family long after that your candidate leaves office or whatever. We're going to hope to have you around for a while. So thank you again, Tom, for that. I'm reminded that it is now past 11:45 and the window for introducing new resolutions and rules changes has closed. I noticed that one of the resolutions folks just picked up the box. If you've got one in your hand, we'll take it, but obviously it's too late to write one at this point. But please, you've got like 30 seconds to get it in the box, and then we're going to go ahead and take it over to the resolution. Okay, one more. Okay, very good. All right, any other resolutions? Last call. All right. We have two candidates who have been waiting for some time to address us, and there is a rhyme or reason for this, by the way. We are ready, almost ready for the credentials report. And as soon as our two candidates have finished, maybe a third, we will go ahead and take that report. So someone might tell Matt that we're almost ready. Matt and Francine. Who would like to go first, Teresa or Denise? Denise Garcia, one of our family court judges, please welcome.
Hello, Senator District 16. How are y'all doing this morning? I bring greetings from the north. I'm running in a 6-county race this time. I'm still judge of the 303rd District Court. I don't get reelected for that until 2018. My hope is that I don't have to go to that reelection campaign because I'll be a justice for the 5th District Court of Appeals. That's a 6-county race. they're seeing double the attendance at elections this year than they've seen in the past 8 elections. Not counting 2008, you don't understand 2008 was kind of special, but they're seeing an increase. And what we've seen from the numbers, we've been running numbers, and if we sustain the growth that we've seen in the last, several elections, the advantage for races for the courts of appeal is a 50.1% advantage. We have an opportunity to win these races. How many of you are tired of being on a blue island and the sea of red? We have the opportunity to turn North Texas, if not completely blue, moving that direction to a shade of purple, okay? What you can do. You can vote with me, you can try and remember my name, Denise Garcia, but what you can do is also remember my alias. My alias is Straight Ticket Democrat. If you vote that, you've got me. And we all know the top of the ticket brings out voters, but that will only get you so far. The people at the top of the ticket can't do their jobs and they can't sustain whatever they want to do if they don't have help from the states, the state legislatures, the judiciary, the Congress. So get everybody you know, your friends, your family, your neighbors. Tell your friends from Collin County who say, but I shouldn't go, there's never a choice in local elections. Tell them they have a choice. They have state representative races that are being populated by Democrats. They have me and Judge Gina Slaughter running for the Court of Appeals, and they have a chance in those elections. I would love to stay with you all, but I think we've got some other conventions we've got to hit. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you for your dedication, and thank you in advance for the work you're going to do in November.
Good morning, Democrats! Stand proud, because you know what? There is a difference. There is a difference. Take a look at the Republican platform. Take a look and see what you see there. You're going to turn those pages and go, oh my gosh. You know, they still are talking about the gold standard. Not on the Democratic side, though, let me tell you, let's put our hands together when we say, we are the party of inclusion. We are the party of justice. We are the party that includes cleaning, public education, health care, those things that are important to families, to individuals, to all of us here. There is a difference. I am Teresa Daniel, and I am a Dallas County for those in the room, these precincts begin with a 1. And you go, well, so you are able to vote for me, and I really appreciate that you were helpful, that you were instrumental in me being able to get through the primary season intact. I do have a Republican opponent in the general, so we're asking once again that just as the good Judge Garcia said, we've got to get out there. We've got stuff to do. We've got to make sure that we get out to vote, that all of our friends, our neighbors, and family get out to vote. If your precinct begins with a 2, 3, or 4, 2 or 4 probably, then you cannot vote for me, but I guarantee that you probably know somebody who can. So please, take them to vote with you. Tell them to go vote. Let's get this thing going. We got stuff to do. Because I can guarantee you that, as good as all the people are on the ballot, that if you vote the big D, if you vote straight Democratic all the way down, that you will have the best candidate that you can find.
So, as I'm prone to say, thank you for all that you've done in the past. It's very, very much appreciated. We are not done yet, though. So please, thank you for what you're going to do in the future. And let's go, Democrats! Come on! We can do this! We're going to make it right. Are we all together? Yeah! Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, good morning. I'm Nancy Kennedy, and I'm running to be your next judge of Criminal District Court number 2. Judge Adams is not running for re-election, and I'm in a runoff. But it's only because of your support and your work that I'm here today and that I'm in that runoff. It's actually a stark difference from where I was a year ago. A year ago today, I was welcoming a new Democrat into my family. My son's first birthday is today. And he will be a Democrat. I like to joke, I was the only person that in my kindergarten class voted for Carter over Reagan. And I have been a lifelong Democrat since then. I have volunteered on Democratic campaigns. Both President Clinton's campaign, Victor Morales' campaign, and former State Representative Harriet Earhart's campaign. I'm very proud of that work. I am the only person in this race that's been both a prosecutor and a defense attorney, and I think that's very important. I'm uniquely situated on day one to take the bench and call balls and strikes like judges are supposed to do. I'm also the only person in this race that's board certified in criminal law. I've been board certified since 2010, and I was recertified in 2015, last year. Certification basically means that I have shown my expertise in a particular area of the law, and mine being criminal law. That's all I've ever done. I haven't done any other types of law. So I'm also proud of that. Only about 10% of attorneys in the state of Texas are board certified. But also what I've done over my career is I have tried to find people that I can help. Helping people, a judge once told me that helping people meant sometimes having to send them to prison. But a lot of times helping people is trying to find ways to get them out of the cycle of incarceration. And I think, as a judge of Criminal District Court number 2, those are some things that I can focus on because I do have discretion in sentencing. But also, I don't want to just serve for Criminal District Court number 2. I want to look at the justice system overall in Dallas County. There are a lot of things that I think that we can improve on, and I would like to be a part of that. One is the mental ill population that's in the Dallas County Jail, and I know Commissioner Daniel is also looking at that. Because I'm board certified, because I have the experience that I have the opportunity to practice all over the state of Texas, both in state court and in federal court. I'm also licensed in federal court. I do appeals, I do post-conviction writs, and I've seen other programs work that I want to bring at scale to Dallas County, which focuses on breaking that cycle of incarceration and not saddling people with criminal convictions, especially those that are young, under the age of 25, that are non-violent offenders. Because when they get a criminal conviction, guess what? It does. They can't, it ruins their life. They can't get jobs, they can't find housing. Now don't get me wrong, there are some people that need to go to prison, and that's how we can help them. But there are people out there that we can also help in other ways. I've had experience doing pro bono work, representing people for free in post-conviction proceedings. I actually was a part of a 2-person team back in 2007 excuse me, I'm a lawyer, I can talk, I volunteered my legal services, and after 5 years, this gentleman was able to get out of prison after serving 10 years and 20-year sentence. And I'm very proud of that work too. I need all your support on May 24th. Come out, I'm in the runoff. I can't do it without you. Thank you so much. Nancy Kennedy for Judge, that's my website. Look for me on Facebook, Kennedy for Judge. Thanks.
Good morning, my name is Laura Urban, and I'm running for House District 102.
I'm not your typical candidate in that I've never run for office before. Matter of fact, the first thing I had to do was go out and buy a suit and get a haircut. But I'll tell you why I'm running. And let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a musician. I'm a classical musician. I play the Richardson Symphony. And I'm also their librarian, and I'm also the program director of an organization called Texas Wins Musical Outreach. And we take music to people who can't go to music. So we're playing in hospitals, we're playing in nursing homes, so we play for Head Start centers for underserved children. And this year we're going to do about 1,500 concerts. So I'm pretty busy with that. But more than being a musician, I've been an activist. I was registering people to vote back when DuPont was running for president. I was volunteering at Park Hill Junior High where my daughter was a student. And I came out for volunteering, and my car had been keyed through my Obama sticker. This was in the fall of 2007. And I have to tell you, that made me mad. So I thought, how can I get back at this person? And I thought, well, I'm going to go to Ohio. It's a swing state. And I'm going to make sure Obama is elected. And I went up there and I worked for 10 days. And I got people in the phone. And then recently, I had almost 100 events out of my home for Wendy Davis. We had block walks, we had phone banks, we had get out the vote, we had voter registration. My house was sort of the hub for Wendy in far north Dallas. Wendy actually got 44% of the vote, which was much higher than she got statewide, as did Mike Collier and Leticia and Sam Houston. I've been told that during a presidential year, I can expect a boost of 3 to 5%. So we're this far from 50% plus one people. This is a winnable district. We can do this. But more than being an activist and more than being a musician, I'm a mom. I have 2 children. My daughter is a musician. She's a musician, but she's also a physics and Latin major at Oberlin College and Conservatory, which is one of the most liberal schools in the country. That's where I went to school. And my son is a senior at Pierce High School. Last May, I called Linda Cook's office, who's our current representative in House District 102, and I said, I'm against guns on campus. And they said, oh, don't worry. She's against guns on campus. She's not going to vote for guns on campus. And so I streamed the vote. And guess how she voted? She voted for guns on campus. So then I started doing more research because I was already mad. So I started doing more research, and she said that she was for local control because she had been a city councilwoman. She knew all about local control. Then didn't pass their fracking ban. Linda Cook went down to Austin and voted against local control. That made me mad. So I called Janice, and I said, Janice, we got to find somebody to run for House District 102. And she turned it around on me and she said, well, Laura, why can't you be that person? And I Well, now I'm running for House District 102. And I guess the main thing I can say from all this is, don't make a mom mad. I need your votes. I need your help. I need block walkers. I need phone callers. I need people to register people so we can get the vote out. And I need your money. We all know it takes money to run a campaign. I've got these really cute little white envelopes that you can put a check in or put some cash in. You can fill out your name and everything. So see me during lunch. I need your help. Thank you so much for your support.
That was one neighbor, now it's my other former neighbor.
Good afternoon, SD16 Democrats. My name is John Romer, and I'm a candidate in the next election coming up on May 7th. I do too also believe in local control, and I believe Democrats should control all our offices, from the school board to President of the United States and the White House. And that's why I'm running for the Carrollton Farms Branch School Board. I'd be the first candidate that lived in the urban portion of our district to ever run and be elected, so I want to make history for that. But this office is really the most important that we have currently, with the Republicans in statewide office and legislature not properly funding education in our large and growing state. That has put the burden on local taxpayers to do more. And so that's why I'm running for the school board in my local district, so we can ensure that our precious resources are in our classroom and the students, no matter what zip code they live in, have the equal opportunity for great public education in Carrollton Farms Branch ISD. Also, with our Attorney General, who's not an example, I want to ensure that we actually do have honest, open, transparent government in our local school district, so we have confidence with our taxpayers that their money is being well spent, and we are doing the best we can to provide high achievement for all of our students, and that is our goal. So if you live in Northwest Dallas County in State Rep 115 or the northern part of State Rep 103 where I live, then you can vote for me on May 7th. And we have a new election system in the Carrollton Farms Branch School District. We have cumulative voting. We have 3 seats available. That means each voter gets 3 votes. You can put all 3 votes on one candidate. I'm asking Democrats in Carrollton Farms Branch ISD to vote for me 3 times to help me defeat our Tea Party incumbent up for re-election this year. I will not be like all the rest of our current school board members who endorse the least worst Republican candidate in the primary for House District 115. I will always support our Democratic ticket as a Democratic activist for the last 26 years. If I go to San Antonio this year as a delegate, I will have been a delegate to every one of our state conventions for the last 26 years since 1990. So I want to ensure, since we at our local level have to fund education since Republicans in Austin won't, I will ensure that Carrollton Farms Branch ISD, our students are getting the best that we can give for them. Great things are happening in our district. I'm on the District Recruitment Council. I'm the CFB Ambassador, which is a community member that goes out and talks about our schools. And I want to do more for our district, and that's why I'm running for the school board. I want to make sure that we have the resources going forward in CFB for our students. So with Republicans in Austin not funding education, in fact, the Lieutenant Governor wants vouchers in the next legislative session. We've got to work very hard to defeat that because vouchers take money out of our public schools and it further undermines education in our state. Without strong public schools in our state, we do not have an economy here. So we want businesses to continue to grow here, bring jobs here. So vote for me, John DeLorme, 3 times, Carrollton Farms Branch School Board. May 7th is the election. Thank you.
All right, I want to let you know what is supposed to happen over the next 10 minutes or so. We are awaiting Clay Jenkins, who's supposed to be arriving in the next couple of minutes, who wants to say something before he goes to his next convention. And we are awaiting the report of the Credentials Committee, which we understand should be in the next 5 minutes or so. I'm telling you this because I know a lot of you are hungry. And we are just about to break for lunch, but please don't leave yet because there's 2 or 3 little exciting things that's going to happen in the next 10 minutes, and then we'll break for lunch. But I want to introduce 2 very important people who've just come in. Or maybe you've been here and I didn't see you, but I just saw Boyd and Betty Ritchie come in, and if you all could stand. Boyd and Betty probably need no introduction. As you probably know, Boyd Ritchie was the former chair of the Texas Democratic Party not so long ago. And Betty Ritchie, who absolutely doesn't need an introduction, who's a member of the DNC. We are so pleased that you actually live in our district now. now, and so we're glad that you're supporting us. Thank you for coming. All right, we actually have about 5 minutes before the reports come in. Janice, if you would take care. We're going to show you a video, and if we could kill the house lights for just a moment, we'll get those reports and we'll be ready to give them, and then you can break for lunch. But hold on for just a moment as we prepare.
This is the first time in almost 50 years that we have a Texas Democratic Party convention in San Antonio in a presidential year.
Shortly after the last convention, he said, podemos tener la convención aquí en San Antonio, que we have the convention in San Antonio, and I said, las preguntas necias, Texas, so that we can ensure that this thing works moving. I want to say also that one honored is to accept the chairmanship of the 2016 Texas Democratic Party Convention right here in San Antonio, Texas. We look forward to welcoming the 15,000 Democrats who are coming here next summer. And in politics, as you all know, you often get asked why you're a Democrat and what you're looking at. And for us, it's very simple. We believe in making sure that Texas and America are the preeminent places for opportunity. So I'm excited about the coming months and the coming years, and I want to say thank you to the chairman, to the party, for deciding to go to San Antonio. Thank you very much.
That's just a little preview of what we'll be seeing in San Antonio come June. I think we're still waiting for Judge Jenkins. I'll just play another little video about the history of the Texas Democratic Party.
Sit here today, working toward a future and what the promise of Texas really includes. We don't have to go very far to look back and look back at the world and say, one is going to be extreme. We have historically been the party that created the infrastructure in Texas government and created opportunity for all Texans. We've been for the best highways in the world, to good schools, to great universities. Democrats that came before us established a pathway. They recognized the promise of this wonderful place, and they built the things that allow us to enjoy it.
My mother took me out of school to go down and hear John Kennedy speak to the students at Rice University, and that was the speech about landing land. And I was there, and I heard that, and it changed who I am today.
But why, some say, the movie? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why 35 years ago? Why the Atlantic? Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the
I wish that I could ever be the person that Those were the days when public service meant something, when being the best or the brightest wasn't a bad thing, it was a good thing. And when there was some honesty and wanting to serve other people. And I think that is the legacy that Kennedy gave to the boomer generation.
One of the legacies that we Democrats absolutely is that although President Johnson came to office under grossly tragic circumstances, he took that moment in history to achieve so much.
David Kelly became a great people's president, not in this group, which is people in the hill country out here. Got out there and was teaching Mexican American communities, and saw a lot of ordinary people working class people raised with. And that's when he was able to be the White Society president. It's a culminating experience that we had that led him to become actually a truly great president. Johnson really went to people in his campaigns and was very innovative. The first to use a helicopter. And he didn't use a helicopter to hop from one fundraiser to another, but rather to really go out and talk to people.
So part of the legacy that we get is the excitement that people are out to the political process. The ability to get people energized and become involved in that political process.
Johnson began to sense a better responsibility, not just to vote for something, but to actually provide leadership.
Using that Johnson treatment that certainly is now legendary, he was able to put together the votes necessary to pass the landmark legislation that we now know as the right. He knew when he did that, its political ramifications would be severe. He was willing to stand for what he truly believed needed to be done, regardless of what those political ramifications might be. It is a lesson for all of us. When we've been elected, when we just believe deeply in our hearts about what is right.
And I think that the Civil Rights Act, even though we lost the South as a result of it, but the Civil Rights Act helped to nurture, I think, the Democratic Party to some extent, because more and more minorities saw the opportunity and the importance of voting, and they began to embrace the party.
That was a very long video, and that's about halfway through it, so we thought we would show you the rest of that after lunch. But at this time, we have our very own county judge, Clay Jenkins, who is here.
Everybody doing Democrats?
I wanted to come by and just say thank you for all that you do. This is my, SD16 is me. I've got my mom's card. Mama is my driver today. She's out in the car. She said, make sure I can thank those folks that you sign us both in. So I'm going to get us signed in. I'm sorry I can't be here for the whole thing. I've got 5 conventions to hit today. But I want to come by and thank you because I'm very thankful that I get to be your county judge. I was reflecting on how thankful I am to have that opportunity as I drove to the convention today. And it's because of activists like you that I have that opportunity to get up every day and work for the people that need our help. So thank you so much for what you've done for me and for the Democratic Party. I want to say this too. I had the opportunity on Wednesday to hear, I was a guest, and I got to hear my friend Louise Troe, whose fiance passed away from Ebola a couple of years ago there in Duncan. She gave a speech to a women's group. She asked me to come along and listen, and she read a Bible verse that I was unfamiliar with. And the Bible verse, and unfortunately I didn't memorize it, but it basically, It stood for the proposition that the opposite of fear is not courage, it's love, right? And right now we have a lot of fear being pumped out throughout this country by Ted Cruz and by Donald Trump. But I think we've got a great opportunity as Democrats because we've got two candidates in Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton who are being very respectful to one another. Our process will lead to a candidate and a vice president who will not be mortally wounded going into the general election. Their process will either lead to a Donald Trump or a Ted Cruz or some establishment candidate with Trump as a third-party candidate. And I think that gives us an opportunity, but we need more people like you because it's wrong, obviously, to marginalize people and to say that our country is broken and to say that all Muslims need to be profiled and followed, that 11 million of the people who live with us need to be deported, that people who are of color are somehow lesser than Mr. Trump and his supporters. That's wrong, but it's also wrong for good people to sit in silence. You don't sit in silence. We need to work to recruit more people like you who don't sit in silence. Because although it is an opportunity for Democrats to make gains in Dallas County because of this idiotic ticket they're likely to put forward with the Republicans, it's also an opportunity for us to combat fear with love and for us to speak up, speak our values that Democrats really stand for. And so I want to encourage you, I want to thank you, and I want to encourage you. It's an important election season. We've got a lot of great candidates. We've got a lot of great people working, none greater than y'all. God bless you. Thanks for the opportunity to thank you. And I may grab a box of lunch and break some bread with you.
Like you mentioned, earlier this morning, we established a temporary roll of delegates from the pre-registration to the walk-ups. But right now, we're going to have a report from our credentials committee, and that's led by our two co-chairs, Francine Lee and Matt Andrade.
The credential committee met this morning at 11 after all the delegates had signed in. The committee considered the credential of all attendees. All delegates and alternate were carefully analyzed and their information were checked against the data provided. All delegates were deemed eligible to participate as delegates to the senatorial district. There were no challenges for consideration. The credential committee report is hereby affirmed by Francine Lee and Matt Andrade and unanimously approved by the committee. There are 277 attendees, 262 delegates, 195 were for Clinton, 78 for Sanders, 2 for O'Malley.
I'd now like to move that we adopt, that the convention adopt the credentials committee report.
Wait. How many were on the committee?
The uncommitted number was, I believe it was 4. Some folks didn't fill in the form and it's put in the space at all. Any other questions?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. There was 277 credentialed attendees, 262 delegates, which will be considered for state. 195 were for Clinton, 78 for Sanders, and 2 for O'Malley. Any other questions?
Oh, yeah. So how do we know if we're going to be a delegate? Where is it published or what? Yeah.
I will turn that over to the chair.
We need to vote on the, David, we need to vote on the report.
I move for adoption.
All right, the Rules Committee has moved for adoption. It does not require a second, so therefore all in favor of adoption, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We've adopted the rules report. Thank you so much for your I've been corrected. It's the Rules Committee. The Credentials Committee. I'm trying to get you to lunch, guys. I mean, that's the whole point. We do have two candidates that just come in who promise they'll be very, very brief, but we do need to get them in. And who's first? Sheriff?
David, you want to get
We will explain all that right after lunch. Okay? Sheriff, we can all in.
Knowing that I'm the only thing standing between you and lunch, we have to make this happen. But I do need to tell you that, everybody, I'm on the ballot in case you haven't guessed it, but everybody says, oh, don't worry about it. No, folks, there's two ways to run, unopposed and scared. I have opposition. So, and I'm trying to do this real quickly, but I do want to bring out two things. Remember what happened the one time, I think Jim Foster and Margaret Kelleher's, and nobody thought it was going to happen, and boom, it happened. I don't want that to happen to us. We need to be alert enough that whatever happens on the other side, Trump or whoever, whatever happens on the other side, we can counter that. And the other thing I want to talk, I think the judge talked about hate. I went to a session that tells what hate does to your body. Let me tell you, Democrats are a lot healthier. And I'll stop right here. I need your support. Thank you very much.
Judge Jim Jordan.
Thank you. My name is Jim Jordan. I am honored to be judge of the 160th District Court. I'm in my third term in that court. This is my senatorial district, so I'm very happy and proud to be here. And I just want to thank you because I know that the reason I am in my third term in that court is because of the folks that are sitting out here in front of me. And I want to thank you for everything that you've done to make that happen. I'm not running this year. In my third term, I'll be running in a couple of years, but I did want to come out and thank you for your support in the past, and to remind everybody that we have a lot of good Democrats who are down ballot. This is a presidential year. It's going to be a high turnout. Please don't forget the Democrats who are down ballot. We have some very good judges who are being opposed in Dallas County that need your help and need your support. So please get the word out that the down ballot people need your vote as well. So that we can keep Dallas County blue. And I don't know if y'all been watching what's going on in the other party and their ways, but I think it's pretty clear who the adult is in the room when you all go to vote in November. It's kind of funny because they've got two people who appear to be running for president that the party doesn't want. We have two people running that we wish we could have both of them. I'm thinking of canceling my cable service because I'm getting all the entertainment off the news. Anyway, thank y'all very much. I'm proud and honored to be your judge.
Okay, our morning session is coming to an end. We appreciate your patience through the morning. We are now ready for lunch. And so what we'd like to do is go out, take a little break, eat, be back in here. We're going to start up at 1:15, so that's 45 minutes you have. Please come back on in. We may start showing videos and so forth ahead of that, but we do want to get a good start at 1:15. We've got a lot left in the afternoon for another couple of hours, so please come back this afternoon. Thank you. Good to go.
Get back out here.
Look forward to seeing you there, right? As long as you can stay there. What is his wife? Oh. Yeah.
Last time we had you.
How are you? Look at the weather. Oh, okay.
Good job. Where did you get from?
The display is a little bit off. You want to center it? Sir? Sir? Okay. I think someone actually debunked this. It's a little off. You want me to center it?
No.
Okay.
Talking about this one?
Oh, yeah, if you can see it's off from where it was.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we know, because everybody's speculating on who she's going to. And that's well, you know, factions of the Latino leadership. What everybody's talking about, that ran into our research here. Oh, here's one. I found one.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Right over here.
Okay.
On the back wall.
All right.
Yeah, there was one thing that people registered and another thing that you can come back on. You know, at wings and guns and chips and, you know, just something that people want to do that everybody else wants to do. Yeah, this is an interesting process. You can tell on Facebook. What kind of? Oh, you were at Disney. Well, you know, the student government followed you. Because I work at Brooklyn. And the way that student government is set up in D-triple-C-D is really, it's different than what the real world is. It's really, the advisors, like I know at Brookhaven, our advisor used to more or less clean people that she wanted to run for that because she was like, well, I can work with this student, I can work with this student, it shouldn't even do that, you know, because, you know, to push this policy, it should be the students, it should be a learning environment for the students to kind of figure out what's going on and kind of engage with their parents. Yeah. You should not. It's supposed to be student led, but then the advisors in D-triple-CD, they try to run it as that. Like ours was very covert. I don't think you would be good for this, and you should probably run for this, or maybe you should just be a member, or, you know, it's like, that's not your choice. They pay your tuition, they have issues that they're concerned about because they pay tuition, and you're just supposed to be an advisor. Yeah. It should not be like that. Like, and the reason I was really forceful there, she was a student services something. She was on the student government, she's been in that position for 15 years. That was her baby, that she, you know, that was her thing. So I'm a new kid on the block. I come in, they didn't have a lot of student activity with student services. When I came in, I just started with that. I know the advisor for the young Democrats. You know, have that's what really was on all over. Like I said, to make it easy to show that I'm not
maybe you're Democrats and educating young Republicans. And I think what the advisor for our politics is, the advisor for the Black Student Alliance, which is outgoing advisor. I like your energy, I like your and then students work for them in the school. It's like, wow, I know that we're celebrating I'll do it, and it worked. So, you know, so all of a sudden, you have this massive student energy and presence and student service, and she was being intimidated and thought that I was going to encroach on her territory of student government. It's like, wow. They don't. It's a business. It's not a fun thing. Yeah. They were fighting against a system that was very involved. But you know that was a really good education. It shouldn't see the conventional thing is it shouldn't be that far. These are the choices. We all make the choice. Everybody moves on. The people who have to make decisions, they do it. They don't like what they do wrong. Politics is so heavy, and what we government is doing is on Tuesday. And there's a lot of people and I said, who are one of the states to love politics. I was like, well, no, it's not that. And I said, I'm sure that we have some good people here. My problem is, I said, I think this country is probably good people know politics in my country. Hate politics. And I was like, wow. But that's just your common sense, and you have to deal with politics all the time. Look at one foreigners that come here, they're more speaking. His position, you know, years ago, that it was here when I was talking with if I had a choice, if he somehow snitched me out, not that, if he snitched his nomination, I'm going to put some choice on the There's nothing, not even remotely, even Casey, I would, because he's so high, and go into a position and go out. It's like, what do I do is, if it comes down to it, if he won, I'm sure it's even though I have to feel for a vote, who is better than that? Because I know all these people do is fight, and he's going to get a good vote. He doesn't want to go that over, but then you have another thing. Yeah, but there's no backup. I was like, and the politicians seem to always but it sounds good that you have, because you have Trump and Cruz. What are the other choices? And how that really was like, he was probably as an atheist that if for whatever reason he's being Sanders or it's like the one that he's that way. But Cruz, oh God. Yeah. This is not the same, but we'll leave it at that. When you have to when you want to primary, and all of like, Texas, and that's what you want to do. Better sooner than you don't actually have power to say. Yeah. There was no. The difference between that and just that you know, because they're losers. No, not my family. I feel really bad because you're not going to get cat, you're not going to get really bad because you're not going to and there was a, and this is how bad I knew it was. Never but when Cruz got elected, someone didn't seem so bad. Serious. Yeah, I know what you mean. And at least he became able to. She was the same guy. The same one. You know what you did with Trump. You don't know. You don't know. You were voting on those. See, that's what. Yeah, that's a guarantee. Yeah, it's their election too. Exactly. But it's like. Yeah. It's like when you were. No, I'm just talking about that personality. I'm just talking about the policy. How that turned out. I'm just having a deja vu. But oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's one thing about that. The line is basically Trump on a little bit. You know, 45 minutes. Long after myself. So each time we'll feel, oh, thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah. We're about there's a few cases where
They didn't want to. They worked that hard that I would be fishing a little pond. We didn't have enough people then. Is it fair to say that you guys are planning to start?
I believe so. Yeah, that's from what I'm.
40 of us are here.
I mean, I'm not in charge, it's the chair's decision, but I don't. Oh, it wouldn't.
It is a sorry, it's fun, just they get a little boring. Yeah, just it's like a hospital.
Yes, it's on. Yes, it is. Can you take it?
Pretty big deal. When I first
I have an answer.
I don't know. As far as I can tell, we can only do that if everybody wants to go to war. He's right there.
They didn't even have a problem. They didn't even have a problem. We didn't know. We didn't always have one chair.
I've kind of got
They want to do the I don't think as far as I can tell, if it's one person on the 2000 convention, then we have to I don't know, there's no chance that that's up to business. So hopefully nobody really wants to talk them down and say, I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, that would solve the plan B. Otherwise, the one with the college. The one thing I'm not sure of is if we do it if we do consent, do we have to fill out the precinct convention form, or is it just as if? It used to be that like there would be precincts that nobody showed up to the convention at all, and those themselves getting large, right? Yeah. So theoretically, I don't think. The one thing I'm worried about is even one person for me is just say I move from being given to but it's one that tell each precinct will be able to so assuming this is all good. As far as I can tell, if you one person, really help us everybody. What I would suggest is that people
We'll have to approve that. So after this is available, I would that's what I would do because this is a letter. You still have to do this. On the side. Can I have your attention?
Now have your attention, please. We have a little announcement. We will reconvene momentarily, but before then we have an announcement.
If I can have your attention for just a moment. I'm David Bradley, one of the co-chairs of the Nominations Committee, and I'd like to ask all of the members of the Nominations Committee, we need to have a brief meeting before we take up the bulk of our business. So I'd like to ask all the members of the Nominations Committee if you will meet us in room 161 in just a moment.
We'll do you in a minute. We have a candidate.
Good evening.
Your attention, please. Please.
Hi, my name is Latonya Shavers, and I am your Democrat.
Order!
Hello. Okay, thank you. My name is Latonya Shavers. I am your Democratic nominee for Justice of the Peace, Precinct 2, Place 1, which covers the east side of Dallas County. Now, I've heard the phrase, blessed of the brief. So I'll be very brief and give you 2 good points about myself. I love the law. Law is my passion. Been in the law community for 15 years, dealing with family law, criminal law, and civil law. This is very important in my race because if you're going to sit as a judge, you need to have an understanding of the law. I bring that. My opponent does not. But let's talk a little bit about my opponent. By show of hands in the room, who remember Kim Davis in Kentucky? Okay. How many of you can remember back in the days when a judge did our marriages based on his almost simple prejudice? Well, folks, if my opponent is elected and promises as he does, we face the time of that happening again right here in Dallas County. Right. We can't sit back and let that happen. I have a fight ahead of me. We have a fight ahead of us. I'm standing here today prepared and ready for the challenge. With your support, of course, we can win it. Again, my name is Latonya Shavers. I'm running for the Justice of the Peace Precinct 2, Place 1. Thank you all.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for your time here. My name's Mary Warren, and I'm volunteer with Organizing for Action, or OFA. And I wanted to talk to you about some organizing we're doing concerning President Obama's Supreme Court nominee. I am so thrilled that so many of the organizations we're working with are already trying to get you to attend the event on Monday. But as you know, I'll just kind of back up. We have, ever since Scalia passed away unexpectedly, the Republicans have said we are not even going to consider filling that vacancy. And now President Obama has done his job, and he's nominated Merrick Garland, who is somebody we all should welcome. And they're still saying that. So what OFA and Move On and 32 other organizations are trying to do is to put public pressure on these Republican senators, shame them, make them feel like everybody is mad at them for not doing their job. And so our whole theme is do your job, and we're trying to draw public attention however we can. So I'm here today to ask you, can you please join in with us and help us do that? It's not just OFA. But right now, Tony and Jean are handing out some more flyers, and what we're going to do is have different ways of publicly shaming them and telling them to do their job. One, on Facebook. Anybody who's on Facebook, you can make comments about it. You can post articles and put the hashtag that says "do your job." You can do the same thing on Twitter. On Twitter, you can even, put the hashtag, not the hashtag, but the handle for your senators or other senators. And on this handout you're getting, we have all their Twitter handles for the senators who are on the Judiciary Committee. I didn't put every single senator, I put the key ones. And we'd like for you to call them. We'd like for you to tweet them. We'd like for you to post on Facebook about them. And what we'd like for you to say, we've given you 4 basic talking points that makes it real easy. So on the front of this handout, you see we want to say President Obama is doing his job. The Senate has a constitutional obligation to do their job. In U.S. history, the average time it takes to approve a nominee is 67 days. It's never taken longer than 125 days. And the president has around 300 days left in his term. So that's all you have to say. You don't have to argue about anything else. On the form, it tells you about this demonstration that Move On is the lead on it. It takes place this coming Monday. It's going to be at 12 o'clock noon at Ted Cruz's Dallas office. And the address is on here, but it's on Hall Street. But it's right by Lee Park. It's kind of behind Lee Park, between Oakland Avenue and Lee Park. And we're just going to stand out there with signs and try to get media attention, showing our disapproval. And then you have all this contact information for the senators. The other thing we're going to do is write letters to the editors. So I've provided you with the links to several newspapers, the Morning News, Washington Post, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, Des Moines Register. And you click on there, and that's their automatic forms online for you to fill in as a letter to the editor. So that would be the fastest way for you to get that done. We're going to also circulate with clipboards to get you to sign a petition that's going to be presented to the senators. And the other thing we're going to have on clipboards is a sign-up sheet if you want to attend Monday, or if you want us to contact you when we have our next event. We have another event planned, or in the planning stages, and we don't want to say it publicly right now. So if you would want to be a part of it, if you're available, put your information down on the clipboard sheet, and we will contact you as soon as we are able to announce it, okay? So thank you so much. We need to be sure that all 3 branches of government are functional, and right now the Congress is not functional at all. And the Congress is trying to keep the executive branch from being functional, and they're trying to keep the Supreme Court from being functional. And we can't stand for that. It's up to us. Already, some of the senators are yielding a bit. They're agreeing to interviews with the nominees. So let's keep the pressure on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And we're back now, ready to continue with our afternoon. Just to give you a little idea of what we're trying to deal with and what we're waiting for. We're waiting for the nominations committee to come back with a preliminary report. We are waiting for the Rules Committee, which I think may be ready. Okay, we'll call on you shortly. And then, of course, the length of time that we have to wait for resolutions is whenever they finish. But before we do that, we have a couple of other small presentations to make. Some of you may know, who know me, that I am one of my hats in addition to practicing law is that I am a teacher. I'm a professor at Brookhaven College, and I teach young people about government and criminal justice. And it's wonderful when young people decide that they want to be a part of the political process. One of those individuals I just got a call from, Christian Cortez, who is a student at UTA. His government teacher or political science teacher encouraged him to participate. So we looked up the numbers, and it turned out Christian was a part of our district, and so I gave him a little tutorial of what to expect, encouraged him to come, and he's really excited about it. And his new friend, James Michael Reed, is also very interested in the political process, and I think may have some political ambitions. So they asked for just a moment to talk to us about young millennials getting involved in the process. So let's give them a couple of minutes to talk about it.
Thank you, David, for giving us the time today to just address the crowd here today. And thank you all for getting involved and being here today and being Democrats, right? It's great that we are here and we're making up who's going to lead our country next. Now think about this for a minute, okay? It took 40 years to adopt the computer, right? Who saw the first adoption? Anybody? Yeah, very first computer coming out. It took 20 years after that for the adoption of the internet, right? After that, we're looking at smartphones. Everybody has one now, right? Everybody has a smartphone in their pocket. My question to you is, what's next? Is that going to take 5 years? My guess is yes. And it's important now that we look at our future political leaders and who we're going to send to Washington to interact with these technologies, to innovate, and to look how we can confront our current issues through innovation. And so I'm here today along with Christian to represent the millennials and the millennials that have political ambition. So thank you for being here. I'm going to give Christian a couple minutes to talk here. He's going to tell you guys about the generational gap of millennials.
Thank you, Michael. As David and Michael said, my name is Christian. I'm 19 years old. I'm currently a student at the University of Texas at Arlington, where I will be transferring to the University of Texas at Austin, Coach Barnes, next semester. And to kind of go along with what he was saying about this huge process that it took to build a computer, it's going to be a process for millennials to become part of this political process, but we started to see that in 2008. Barack Obama brought a completely new interest to young millennials and younger people in the world of politics. And according to friend Stephanie and mine, who I met at lunch, you can just wait, thank you. She informed me, she's an analyst, and she informed me that we as millennials from 18 to 29 years old, the younger generation, we make up for 17% of the people that are going to vote in this upcoming election. That's nationwide. So it's important. I'm going to talk and just reiterate that it is imperative that you lock up the millennial vote now, so that way not only do we turn Texas blue, but state by state we will become a nation that is blue. So that's what we're trying to do. In short, we are trying we're trying to reach out to millennials, those that are in here and throughout the state of Texas. And what it means to be a Democrat, and the reason I chose to be a Democrat, was because it is accepting of all people. I am a minority. I am a Hispanic male at the age of 19, so I'm a younger Hispanic, which makes me a minority in this country. And what it means to be a Democrat is to welcome all these people. And, you know, that's why I chose this. But in order for us to win this nation, we have to, as a Democratic Party, you've locked me in. I've chosen the side of the righteous. But not everybody else has. We need to show that no matter you're white or black, young or old, male or female, straight or gay, it doesn't matter. We are all people. We are all people at the end of the day. And that's what our goal is to do, is to spread American democracy. That's why we are Democrats, is to spread American democracy. So in short, we're gonna be here. I have to leave soon. My friend Mike is gonna stay a little bit after. If you are a millennial, or if you know any millennials, or even if you're not, you're going to the state convention, you know, please try to get our message across that we need more millennials involved in the political process so we can have a true representation of what it means to be an American democracy. So thank you for your time.
We want representation, and we want your support. We'll see you in state. Michael and Christian, thank you.
Thank you. Right now, I would like to introduce Ron Gary to talk about precinct matters. But I also, while he's up here, I want to thank him because you all may not know this, but he's the magic behind the mics and the lights.
You all are all here because you are active in party matters and want to see us elect more Democrats. I'm here to give you another opportunity. I am your representative on precinct chair matters with the county party, and as that, I help new precinct chairs, I support old precinct chairs, and I also recruit precinct chairs. And today I am recruiting. And I have, if you don't know who your precinct chair is, or if you would like to help out or become a precinct chair, you need to come see me, and I have a folder here listing all of the open precincts in Senate 16. And I would love to sign you up today. Thank you.
I'm going to have Judge Dominique Collins want to speak for a moment.
Good afternoon, Democrats. I'm so excited to see all of your wonderful faces. I'm excited that you're excited. It totally rocks that you guys are all here, excited, jazzed up about picking our new president. I am looking forward to getting to know all of you much better while we all walk to support and elect our next Democratic president. I am Dominique Collins. If you don't know me, I am the judge at Criminal District Court number 4. I also run a Veterans Court out of there. Our Veterans Court is a second chance court. I spent 12 years in the Air Force to include 7 months in my first Gulf War. Oh, y'all were nice. It was an honor and a privilege. I think that the military is the greatest place for a young person to figure out exactly who they are. You know, and to give a little bit back while you do that. So what I do in the Veterans Courts, folks who come back who've, you know, maybe lost a little bit, they've have PTSD, they have traumatic brain injuries. Sometimes they come back and get in a little bit of trouble. That trouble usually involves drug and alcohol abuse. Sometimes they take a little bit of their aggression, their hypervigilance out, and push their spouses around. Those folks come to court, visit with me once a week, we talk, we hang out. I put them in treatment at the Veterans Administration, which is at no cost to you. Most of the treatment programs in the county may run about $50,000, but when they go to the VA, it's free, okay? Also, after that, they spend about 3 months with me, hang out, and after 3 months of stability, no drugs, no alcohol, all the treatment's done, their cases are dismissed and expunged. So, it truly is a second chance. We give them back a little bit of what they lost and make them. I got a thing yesterday, and it's taught. We give these flags out. If anybody ever gets a flag they don't want anymore, give it to me. what we did was repurpose them. And then we hand them out to our veterans when they graduate so that they are still being used. They are not being thrown out. They are repurposed like those flags. So anyway, I'm happy to see you guys. Come visit me anytime, and please continue to vote for me. Most of all, I want you to pray for me.
It's been rumored that my voice doesn't carry. I find it hard to believe that that's the rumor. So I am making sure that you wake up if you're not awake, because governments, we have Susan Bradley and Jay Neri who are going to tell us all about my favorite subject, the report of the Rules and Procedure Committee.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. The Rules Committee met this morning, and in addition to the 2-minute time limit procedure that has already been presented and passed here for the operations today, we received 8 proposed rule changes to the state party rules. The committee passed 7 of them. 6 unanimously, 1 by 3 to 5 votes. And we will present those now to the floor for your consideration.
Okay, the first rule proposal is a resolution in support of a rule on organization of party affairs by congressional district. Whereas the Texas Constitution provides for 31 state Senate districts, and whereas with the increase in population of Texas, there are now 36 U.S. congressional districts, and whereas some districts in Texas are very large in landmass, all other states organize party affairs by U.S. congressional districts, not state Senate districts. U.S. congressional districts in Texas are now smaller than state Senate districts, and the practice is used to send delegates to national conventions to nominate candidates for the federal offices of President of the United States and Vice President of the United States. Therefore, be it resolved that the Texas Democratic Party should organize its affairs by U.S. congressional district rather than state Senate district. This was approved by the Rules Committee for your consideration today. Again, all of these rules proposals are merely recommendations as to whether or not we want to send these forward to the state convention for consideration.
Okay. Do we have a motion to pass these on this rule change? Okay, second? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Discussion. Hearing no discussion, the ayes have it. We'll move on to the next one.
Okay, the next resolution that we passed out of committee was a resolution in support of the TDP rule filing for National Convention Committee membership, whereas clarification of the current rules is needed. Therefore, be it resolved that those seeking to participate as a member of the various committees serving at the National Convention are required to fill out and sign a form providing the same basic information as those required for those who are seeking to run for national delegate or national alternate, and that these forms be submitted to the state party secretary by the same deadline. And this was approved out of our committee.
Is there any discussion? Okay.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.
Okay, this is something fairly similar, a resolution in support of a TDP rule change providing for publishing presidential candidate contact information on the internet, whereas the deadline for presidential candidates to certify the names of the campaign's authorized representatives is currently provided for in the rules. Therefore, be it resolved that all presidential campaigns shall provide the name, address, telephone number, and other contact information for their authorized representatives to the chair of the Texas Democratic Party, who will publish this to the public on the state party website and in other ways at the discretion of the state chair.
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
For privacy reasons, I'd like it, if we do accept as a friendly amendment, that this need not be a personal address, that the business address to a box would be acceptable.
Most representatives of campaigns know to do that.
And the wording may apply personal address, so.
This is specifically so that every person in the state knows who the official contact person is.
I'm all on board with purpose.
It says in the resolution, it just says address. It does not say personal address is required. So I think a PO box or something of that nature would be fine.
Will you recognize the minute?
What is that?
Rachel.
Rachel?
That's for a second.
Well, they know better than the I think that needs to be specific. And I would recommend it to be, a business address, a state address, other than person that is spelled out.
Okay, official or campaign address. We have a motion on the floor. Send a second since two people. Okay, any other discussion? Tom?
I wrote this, I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. All in favor of the amendment?
You don't have to vote if he's accepted it.
Okay, then we will now vote. If there's no further discussion, we will vote on this proposed rule change as amended. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, it passes.
Fix that.
Fix that for us so we can keep going. Now, we have four more, and they are basically housekeeping changes to the current rules that seem to be necessary. There were some errors in the rules as they're printed now. These would take care of those. The first one, add Article B, Clause B, Part M on page 16 of the party rules to read, any county or senatorial district convention may by a 2/3 vote elect all of its apportioned delegates to the state convention at large. In such case, the nominations committee shall ensure that the nominated delegates reflect the demographic diversity of the district in terms of age, gender, sexual orientation, race and ethnicity, and socioeconomic status. The reason for this is precinct conventions within the SD conventions are cumbersome, and in situations like ours today, not really necessary. Discussion?
What part's changing? Are we adding the gender identity jump?
No, this would, No, this has, that wording is already in the state party rules. This is just clarifying that, if you don't have enough people to fill your delegation, instead of having to have precinct caucuses during the SD convention, by, approval of 2/3 of the people at the Senate District Convention, you can, just do it, send everybody at large. So it can all be taken care of in one swift motion.
I move for approval. Second.
Any further discussion?
Is there not a way for us to redistribute the delegates across other parts of Texas instead of at large?
No. No, the rules are very specific. We get a certain number of delegates and that's it, and everybody gets their own number and that's it.
Would you yield for a second so I can clarify what I meant by writing that?
Sure.
All right, so right now our Senate district is apportioned 396 delegates. And the rules up till 08 had a precinct level convention on election day. And that precinct elected a certain number of delegates to the state, and then to the county district would also elect a certain number of people on the state. That convention is no longer held because it's unfair people have to work or for various reasons. So currently the rules say you have to have a precinct convention within your county convention to elect precinct level delegates. What this amendment would do is say if 2/3 of the delegates approved, you would be able to skip the precinct convention and award those delegates at large, but they would have to be awarded in a diverse fashion so that it's not just represented a part of the district. So all the delegates would still be from that district or county. It would just be done at large, not have to break in a small precinct convention during the Senate district convention.
That's kind of the way we're following today.
That is correct.
Even though we're not.
So right now we have to have unanimous consent to skip the precinct convention, which we haven't come to yet. That's on the agenda. This would allow it make that explicit as a 2/3 vote to simplify the process. Because that process isn't explicit in the rules right now.
Any further discussion? All in favor of this proposed rules change, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. Okay, again, proposed rules change, strike and ratified by the precinct chairs within the respective conventions at the statutory meeting after the first primary. This is Article 4, Section B, Clause 5 on page 14 of the current party rules. This was a housekeeping error on the part of the state party because they passed a rule that nullifies this. That statutory meeting basically doesn't take place anymore, and therefore the rules are unclear and contradictory. Any discussion?
Move for approval. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Okay. My turn. Change, quote, beginning on the date of the statutory meeting of the county executive committee, meeting after the first primary, Article 4B6A, page 14, to the following, quote, beginning on the day following the first primary or 14 days prior to the date of the county or senatorial district convention, whichever is earlier. The reason, rationale is, again, the statutory meeting is no longer required. Also, the whichever is earlier date allows for a 2012 situation where the convention is held before the first primary. This also was submitted by Christopher Birchall, parliamentarian, today. It's basically this cleanup language.
Motion approved.
We've got a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. Passes. And our final one is change, quote, beginning on the date of the statutory meeting of the county executive committee after the first primary, Article 4B7A, page 14, to beginning on the day following the first primary or 14 days prior to the date of the county or senatorial district convention, whichever is earlier, which is basically the same thing, just citing different particular clause in the rules. Is there a motion to approve? Second? Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, it is passed. Thank you very much, and I believe that concludes the report of the Rules Committee.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move we adopt the report of the Rules Committee as submitted.
All right, the committee, or rather, has been moved for adoption. Does not need a second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, we are now ready for a preliminary report from the nominations committee. So if Terry Hodge and David Bradley would come forward, we will hear from you.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, on behalf of my esteemed co-chair, former state representative Terry Hodge, I am David Bradley, and on behalf of all the members of the nominations committee, I want to take just a couple of minutes. We're going to have a two-step report. The nominations committee convened a little bit ago. We're in recess at the moment. As has been intimated before, it is apparent that we are allocated more delegates to the Texas Democratic Party Convention than we have those who are interested. And so, in lieu of the traditional method of selecting our delegation, on behalf of the committee, the first part of our report would be to ask for unanimous consent to direct our committee to accept all those who have requested consideration as delegates to the state convention, or whether they are present today or whether they are not present and their names have been submitted to us to be our official delegation to the state convention. That list doesn't exist yet. We're working with the credentials committee to get everything together. Basically, we have 396 delegate slots for the state convention. We're not even really that close to that. So we do ask for unanimous consent to enable us to put that list together and have that list be the delegation from our district.
Okay, I'm sure it needs moved and seconded, but
Is there any?
so hearing no objection, we will. Question?
So,
Sure.
what about the 396 delegates? We need an additional 100 plus. Those people would be, just go through the process, as online request to be a delegate?
Well, we have well over 100 people who went through that process and signed up and those are people for whom we already have all the data we need. So I can talk to the co-chairs, and I suppose for the nominations committee, I suppose we could reach out to those people who we thought were coming today, but simply didn't show up. We will do our best to fill that delegation.
That's really a motion that's appropriate.
Yes, well, you asked the question, it's premature to deal with that, but at the end of the day, there will be a motion made to deal with your issue, but I wanted to address your question. All right, and you had a question.
About people that are not here but are interested in going to the convention, how they might apply to fill in the slot.
Well, again, that's something that we will talk about later. I assure you, we will do everything we can to fill the 396 spots we have, but that's not the question on the floor.
Correct.
Tony.
Please just clarify that like registering and being here today, or was it sign up for smoothies, like are we on the list that we're here today? And
David Bradley and Terry will cover that in just a moment. But our parliamentarian has informed us that, and reminded us that we do vote full delegation strength at the state convention. So like hypothetically, we have 296 people go, and we had 396 slots, we would vote 2/3. In other words, we would make it the full 396. So we get all of our votes at state convention. Clearly, we want to try to get as many people to go as possible. And if we have a delegate slot open, of course we're going to try and fill that. And we'll probably go first to the folks that have already signed up and say, look, you didn't show up. What does that mean? We got your data. Would you like to go? If they say no, then we'll go to other things. But that is a motion that will come later. Right? So, one more, Ann?
I have a question about proportionality. I know primary delegates in Texas are delegated according to each candidate wins. So in Texas, like Hillary Clinton, wants 50-something and so forth. How is that taken into account?
David likes to address it.
Okay, and in a case like this, we're sending everybody who wants to go. I can't tell you exactly how that balance is going to work out, but the only thing that is mandated in the party rules is that our delegation to any convention at any level, our delegation not be more than 2/3 of a single gender. Everything else, all of the other balancing that we traditionally do is a poll. But in a case like this where I would hate to tell someone when we have lots of slots available, I would hate to tell someone that they can't be a state delegate because their presidential preference or gender or whatever, would not be balanced perfectly.
So, just to follow up, when it gets down the road, the people that then go from state and national, there it really does matter.
Well, that ship's already sailed, because the 16th is going to elect 2 female and 1 male delegate for Secretary Clinton, 1 male and 1 female delegate for Senator Sanders. That's a done deal. It doesn't matter who shows up in San Antonio. That was dictated from the results of the primary.
And the voting is only within the preference.
Right. And those of you who were around in 2008 and before will remember that in San Antonio, the election for those national delegates will be within each presidential preference group. We didn't have to do that 4 years ago because we were all delegates for President Obama. But you may remember particularly those of you who were in the 16th, I can remember that the Obama delegation was coming out in a concourse, and the Clinton delegation was in a room next to that concourse electing their national delegates.
So I hope everybody understands that this particular discussion and this vote has absolutely nothing to do with who you're for president or who you plan to ride in San Antonio for. It doesn't have anything to do with that at all, and it won't affect that. What we're trying to accomplish here is to save you all a couple of hours of confusion for no reason. Right? I mean, basically, that's all we're trying to do. Okay. Any other questions about this?
Right. This is just to vote on your rule saying that we go at large and not by precinct.
That's right. Yes, we do not have to have precinct conventions, and there's really no reason to have them. So we are, but because we are respecting the rules, we need unanimous consent to make sure that we can go ahead and do this the way that the nominations committee is recommending. So I've heard a lot of questions, but I've heard no objection. So hearing no objections, we will go forward the way this is. Yes, another question.
If there are some people who voted in the primary and are not happy to be here, but have indicated their desire to be a delegate, will they be considered as well?
At the end of the day, again, we will ask for discussion of this very topic, and the answer I'm predicting will be yes, because it always occurs that we, ask the convention if we can fill the empty slots, and we always get a yes from everybody. So if you have someone, a friend, someone who you know voted, or even if they didn't vote, if you know they're a Democrat and are willing to pledge allegiance, so to speak, to the party, then absolutely we need to know their name. They just have to be from Senate District 16.
And not a voted Republican.
And not a voted Republican, right? That's true. All right, hearing no objection, it is approved. Thank you.
Okay. Now, the nominations committee has to go put that list together. So, if you,
There was no.
it was a request for unanimous consent. So, if you marked the column on the sign-in sheet this morning that you did want to be a delegate to the state convention, you're covered. If you have submitted an at-large form to Terry or to me, you're covered. If you have talked to Terry or me today, you're covered. If any of you have not done any of those things, and you want to be a delegate to the Texas Democratic Party Convention in San Antonio, June 16th through 18th, you need to talk to us now. The nominations committee, we're going to resume our duties in room 161. Anyone's welcome to come there if you want to check on anything or just watch our boring work. And thank you for the unanimous consent. Yes.
If we said maybe on the list today, are we covered?
I didn't know there were any babies. Okay.
Assume there are yes, and they did it.
I think we can, I'll have to talk to the chair of the credentials committee, but I think we can.
Yes. Credentials committee counted was a yes if they were a baby or if they didn't put anything down.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
I think there's a question back.
Yes, sir.
Will the name eventually be published on the website, or how would they put it out?
Well,
I just wonder, are we get an email or what?
we were not gonna send out an email with everyone's name on it. Did you need to?
You can request it.
You can request it from the Texas Democratic Party. If you're running for national delegate or something like that, they can supply that to you. They'll be handing out that information.
Quick question. Where can we find you in the next 5 to 10 minutes?
Room 161. And the nominations committee will reconvene, we'll be reconvening in room 161 in just a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Resolutions, Bob and Tessa, are you all in here? You were here before. They left. They should be here. Okay, we're gonna do resolutions in a minute. First thing, did somebody lose a pair of glasses in the ladies' room? Okay, I have a pair, somebody turned in a pair of glasses up here, and, I've got it right now.
This might be a child's.
They look pretty small. Do we have any other business right now? Should I do another business? Is there any other business? Oh, yeah, no, perfect, let's talk about that. Okay. Okay, we're gonna talk now about if you want to serve as a Texas delegate to the 2016 Democratic National Convention. Now, there's probably some people here who are thinking about doing that. Once you've been elected as a state delegate, you're gonna have to sign up with the state party, and you will have to file a signed and notarized application to be a national delegate pledged to your presidential choice. Filing will begin on March 21st, 2016, and continue until 5 p.m. on May 29th, 2016. You may file to be considered a district-level delegate if your presidential choice won delegates of your district in the March 1st primary, or as an at-large delegate or alternate if your presidential choice won delegates statewide based on the March 1st primary. I just want to let everyone know here about our delegate allocation. We have 5 delegates that we are sending to national convention, and it's proportioned based on the primary vote in Senate District 16. We will have 3 Hillary Clinton delegates and 2 Bernie Sanders delegates. And there's a male and female in each, but the extra delegate we got, the 5th delegate, is a female Clinton delegate. So in other words, if you are a female running as a Clinton delegate, your chances are better than if you were a male running as a Clinton delegate. Possibly. I don't know. We might have 20 females running for Clinton and 2 males running. It's very interesting, if you were not at the convention in 2008, what happens If you go to state convention and pledge as a Sanders delegate, you are only allowed to elect the 2 Sanders delegates out of our district, 1 male, 1 female. The same thing if you pledge to Clinton, you elect the 3 Clinton delegates. As someone who's been a national delegate, you have to start early, start hard, start meeting people. It's a campaign, and there are a lot of people that will want to run, I think, because someone who has been to this national convention, it's a great experience. It's a lot of fun. And I like to give advice about it too. And the one advice is, big advice I always give to anyone who goes to national convention, you can sleep when you get home. Because you've got to be willing to stay up all night. You stay up all night in the party, and you have to be at 7 a.m. at breakfast the next morning with your delegation. And that's mandatory. It's not like you can sleep in. Because you have to get up, you have to hear from people, and then you have to get your credentials, and you're off on a bus going to the convention. If you run for national delegate and you're not elected out of your district, you can run as an at-large delegate. I know a lot of people who also run as an at-large delegate. It's the nominations committee out of state convention will be picking the at-large delegates. But a lot of times, just to give you a hint on how it's to be elected, they pick people to balance the delegation. That's really where balancing the delegation comes in. Because we have goals out of our delegation that we have a certain number of African American delegates, a certain number of Hispanic, a certain number of Asian, a certain number of LGBT, a certain number of disabled, and a balance between male and female. So what will happen if, for example, if the delegations that come out of the Senate districts are overwhelmingly Anglo, if you're an Anglo trying to get in out of at-large, it's almost impossible. It's just to give you a hint out of that. So my recommendation, if you really want to be a delegate, is try to run out of your Senate district. Let's see what else. So this is going to occur Friday evening at 3 o'clock. We will be having all of our elections for the different positions on the state level. Now, can I see the hand raises of people who've never been to state convention before? You didn't go to Dallas?
I'll get put to Panama for work.
Okay, so quite a few. This is probably the most important meeting, and David's run this meeting, I don't know how many times, several times. But try to be there, your goal is to be there by 3 o'clock Friday afternoon. It'll be a little interesting because my understanding is we're all going to be meeting in the Alamo Dome, and we'll be having different areas of the bleachers. Yeah, those are a little challenging. Depending on how big the delegation, some delegations have actually voted to do paper ballots. We're still discussing that right now. Really, the larger delegations, it's easier. The problem with paper ballots is all those names have to be in by a certain date for all the different positions. And people, for example, if they lose one position, they cannot run for another because they won't be on the ballot. It's been very hard to be a write-in. I'm trying to think what else I can share about that.
Are all the positions, is there some place that we're interested in positions vote on there?
Right, okay, so the other positions are platform, resolutions, nominations for elected officials, nominations for at-large delegates, elector,
Rules.
and rules.
Credentials.
And credentials.
And SDEC.
And SDEC.
This is what I wanted to.
Oh, to talk about this? Did I already, this breakdown?
Just tell about
Okay.
how large and how that works.
Sure. Okay. So the state of Texas has 252 delegates that will be representing us in the national convention. The goals we have for the breakdown is actually interesting. This is fine, I guess. The goal is 29.2% African American, 5.2% Asian American, 31.5% Hispanic, less than 0.5% Native American, and the remainder Anglo, LGBT 7.1%, disabled 12.5%, and youth 21.7%. So if you're in
super delegates?
Let me just.
Yeah, maybe you want to.
Well, what we wanted you to know is that unlike the Republican Party that decides who goes based on how much money they gave, we determine people on their ethnicity and all of these different things that are important to the Democratic Party. Now, whatever comes out of, whatever results come out of our Senate district is whoever we want to vote for. We could vote for all white men or all black women or whatever. I mean, however it works is however it happens in our Senate district. However, the party has what's called a delegate selection plan. And so the at-large committee at the state convention, which we get to send one person to, looks at the percentages that have been agreed to and tries to make the delegation even. In other words, people who are perhaps a part of one of those minority groups or ethnicity type groups or age groups can apply to be an at-large delegate, and then that group of people who are sitting on the nominations committee pick from among those people who have applied. So in other words, when we get to Philadelphia, the whole point is to have a completely diverse group, both in age and ethnicity, LGBT, everything. In other words, we are a diverse party. And so we have decided that we are going to send a diverse delegation to Philadelphia, one way or another. Okay? And so we can correct whatever deficiencies in any of those categories that may come out of the popularity contest from our district, and it will ultimately be according to the plan. Is that how you would describe it?
The goal.
That's the goal. It may not be perfect, but at least we set goals as a party to achieve complete diversity, inclusion, and that's the way we are. I saw one question.
First one, I asked these questions. Do we still have alternate delegates to national?
Yes, we do.
From Texas?
That's a DNC. I don't know if Betty Ritchie's here still. She could address that issue.
Pardon me, who's our name? Who did you say?
Well, Betty Ritchie is a delegate in this convention. She and her husband Boyd were here earlier.
Yeah.
She is a DNC representative. She could address that question.
Okay.
We work at the state level, but you want to just address? Because she's been a national delegate, so she can.
I have two.
Are you talking about alternates? Okay, so my understanding, I'm looking at this, most of the alternates are coming out of the at-large pool. So for example, the at-large pool will elect, I'm just throwing out, 20 delegates and 19 alternates.
Well, way back in the day, just FYI, there were alternates out of the SD.
And yes, way back in the day, and that actually, when I was a national delegate in 2008, we did have an alternate coming out of SDA, which was my district.
I was in 1980, so that shows it. But anyway, when will we know who is SD16's representative on the at-large national delegate committee and state?
What we will be doing in San Antonio at 3 o'clock on Friday, we will elect someone to the nominations committee. And they will also.
Okay, that's right. Okay, no change to that.
Those of you who are going to the convention, you're welcome to come Thursday night, which is the 16th. There's going to be some parties and fun and so forth if you want to. That's optional, but you have to be there by before 3 o'clock. The important meeting for the whole convention is when we all get together, and that's at 3 o'clock on Friday afternoon. We have to be finished before 6 because that's when the convention is gathered together. And even more so this year because I think the convention, we're going to be meeting in the hall where the convention is, so we have to be through because it'll start, at 6 o'clock. So that time frame between 3 and 6, please try to make your travel plans such that you can be there for that, because that's the only time that we're likely to get together for this group, or for the Senate district. Okay, so it's important for you to arrange for that. Now, come early, because throughout the day on Friday, there will be various caucuses throughout the convention hall and throughout the center. I know there's a trade caucus, there's labor caucus. There's like 10 or 20 or 25 different caucuses that you can choose from to go through that day and learn a lot about certain subject areas and issue areas that you would like to participate in. Plus, there's a big, huge commercial hall, and a lot of different booths will be there. You'll get bumper stickers and trinkets and
Bernie and Hillary dolls and whatever you want to buy, bumper stickers and pins, you will enjoy that as well. So Friday's a fun day. The actual convention starts at 6 p.m. and then it goes all day Saturday. There's nothing on Sunday. So basically it's mainly a Friday, Saturday event. But some of the preliminary things do occur Thursday night if you want to get there that soon. Yes, sir, way in the back.
The application for the national delegate, that means we have to pay here or do we get that online?
You two ways. One is I suspect we will be sending all that stuff out to all of you who are going to be delegates. But you can also go on to the Texas Democratic Party website, txdemocrats.org, and that will be available at a certain date. Starting March the 21st, that's when that's going to be put up, which I guess is Monday. And so all of the details, the rules about the time frame, about you have to sign up and apply to be a national delegate between March 21st and some date in May. So all that, those are details that the state party comes up with, and they'll all be on there for you. Also, what's the name of that convention? Texas Democratic Convention. See the back of the book. Everybody look at this.
It's on the credential.
It's on the credential too. But on the back of your program, and apparently on the back of your credential, there is underneath the delegation or the convention sign, you see TexasDemocraticConvention.com. That's a little easier just to go to that. That's a special website that's been set up just for convention questions. And a lot of the things you've asked here today are going to be answered on this website. Now, you can get to this website by going to the state party website, which is txdemocrats.org, but you might as well go to this one. Okay? So just so that, what else do we do?
Also have information on how to reserve
Janice has information on hotels and that type of thing, which I think is going to be available tomorrow?
Well, it's actually,
Is it live
it's
now?
supposed to be live now. Let me click on it and make sure.
Okay.
It's live.
It's live.
Is
to
it
make
live?
the hotel
Well, basically, there's like 4 hotels within walking distance of the convention, the Alamo Dome. There's going to be one main hotel, which is the Grand
Hyatt.
The Grand Hyatt, and it's a little more expensive, but there are 3 other hotels that are in the neighborhood, and depending on your price point, what you'd like, whether you want to be at the main hotel, it does cost a good bit. It's only $200 a night. But there are other options. You don't have to stay right there. If you want to get a Motel 6 in the suburbs, you can do that. But we just want you to be there. Okay, so whatever you would like to do. Is there something you want to show?
I'm just looking on this. The link is up. Link is up and open. I can put the link up there.
Hey, Ron, can you kill the lights for a second? We'd like to show the folks what the convention website is. Ron's not there, so I guess we won't be killing. Laura.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you want her to record questions, but of all the things that you listed, all the 20% of this, 20% of that, 20% of that, seems to me that there should be seniors associated with
Or just the projector. No, on top.
Well, as you can imagine, I think David used the phrase, the horse left the barn, whatever. We have to have the delegate selection plan approved months and months before this. So, at least for this year, this convention, whatever the delegation selection plan is what it is. But there is discussion every year about that very issue. And, sometimes it's considered, middle-aged white men are a endangered species in the Democratic Party, but I doubt it, that group is going to get a percentage. So all of this is discussed, and the delegation selection plan has been selected for this convention. So are we Janice is going to see if she can find the lights, so we can walk. Wrong one. All right. Ron is back, so there we go. All right, go for it.
Okay, yeah, make it bigger. Here's your link for the reservation.
Try out that link and see if you can link on to getting a hotel reservation. And my suggestion is do it sooner rather than later. There have been times the hotel you want has been sold out. Yeah, I've already made my reservation. Oh, you didn't click it. Oh, you want to see it? Oh, okay, sorry.
Do you know what time it ends on Saturday?
Whenever it's over. Well, I say that because Chris asked, when does the convention end on Saturday? And the answer really is whenever it's over. However, what they try to do, because they deal with resolutions at the last minute as well, and a lot of people around 4 or 5 o'clock get real antsy and they're ready to go to dinner. And sometimes there's a motion to take all the resolutions and not read them and talk about them. So I would say count on being there until at least 6 o'clock. And if you need to leave earlier, it's up to you, I suppose. But there will be something going on all day Saturday until about dinner time. And then at some point it will end.
Well, I think it's a role in walking business. Can you see the ranges? Okay, here's the main hotel is the Grand Hyatt, but nearby is the Hilton, a little bit less, the Quinta, and the main. Those are the suggested hotels. Sure.
There's a view on map, but always remote.
Oh, okay. Do you all want to write that down?
While we're waiting here, we are anticipating the resolutions committee to be coming in. Are you ready?
We are here.
All right. Okay. Well, just momentarily, if the resolutions committee will get prepared, we're about to call you up.
Did everybody get that down? Did you write that down? Do you have a question?
Information for those of us who are relatively poor, which I'm sure is common in the Democratic Party. There are less expensive hotels within riding distance of the Alamo Dome. Maybe worth looking to those and maybe Uber or a taxi for $5 or $10 to $15. It may be cheaper to do that than go to the hotel that is worth I know the hotel sits on the west end of downtown, so maybe 3 or 4 miles away from the Alamo Dome. So just as a
Thank you for that. There's a lot of folks will try their best to find the least expensive way to get there. There's also options for the bus, what is it called?
Megabus.
Megabus and train, and the Amtrak is there. So there'll be several options, plus carpooling. We encourage you all to do that. All right, anything else before we get to resolutions? Another question? Where was there a question? No questions? All right. All right, well, if the resolutions committee would come forward, we are ready to hear your report or part of it, whatever it is that you are ready to give us. I take it since your chairs are not here that the committee is still in progress. All right, Gordon Peterson, take it away.
All right. What we've done is we've gone through about half of the resolutions so far. The committee is still back in the other room, and we're working on the resolutions still. We brought the first portion of them, about half of them that we've heard and voted on. I was just saying at the beginning, I think that some people sort of get disillusioned, and David mentioned this, at the state convention especially, and there's a tendency for people to say, oh, the resolutions don't matter. But like Mr. Hinojosa said at the beginning of this, elections have consequences. And one of the things that's really important, I believe, about resolutions is it's the closest that most of us ever get to actually, at the lowest level in our communities and in our Democratic Party, of understanding when we look at a problem and say, we've got a problem here, how do we want to address it? How would we like to solve it? And how do we go about trying to come up with a solution? And so different people will have different solutions, but it's the give and take that happens in the legislative process. It's the closest that we will get to actually participating in the legislative process ourselves. So that's why I think it's so important. Now, what I'm going to do here, what we are going to try here, in order to make this move quickly, rather than reading through the whole resolution for each one of these, because there's a lot of whereases, and this, that, and the other, a lot of detail. What we're going to try doing is basically just summarizing briefly each resolution, and then give the be it resolved that which is basically the recommendation as a result of the resolution. Yes, sir?
If that can put a camera on it, and you rig it so you can actually put it on screen.
I don't know if we can do that, really.
Well, I can take a picture and email it to myself.
Yeah, I think that's going to be more trouble.
I think they'll be available online.
If you have the webcam,
They-
you can hold it in front of the screen.
These are going to be available online, and I'm going to need to have them here so I can read them anyway.
They're online, so you can go up and put them on screen.
They're not online yet.
A lot of these are not online, and not with the changes that we've made, et cetera. So, all right, let's go. We can start going through these, and if there's a question about some of these are pretty slam dunk, I think. Some of these are more involved, and if you got questions about these, we'll try to address them and mention some of the discussion. We've been talking about these all morning here at in the room. So we'll try to go through these. As I understand it, our procedure here is that we're not going to vote on them individually on the floor here at the moment. We will go through, as we go through each one, we'll tell you what the recommendation of the resolutions committee was on that resolution. And I believe what we're going to try to do is just do a vote overall.
We will vote to adopt the resolution committee report in its entirety, if it is so.
Okay, and are we going to have individual vote on individual resolutions here on the floor or not? Yeah, if they're real controversial, we might do that. Okay. Well, I've got to have.
This is important because some people may want to have it.
Okay.
Our parliamentarian has indicated that the best way to do this quickly and efficiently is to allow you to do as you wish and go ahead and we'll give the recommendation of the resolutions committee on each resolution. And then we will, assumingly we have somebody that moves the adoption of that report, if there is a particular resolution that you heard that you would like to amend, we can do that at the end. Because if we have to take a vote on every single one and argue about every single one, we'll be here till supper, right? So that's why we want to try to do it efficiently. However, listen carefully, take notes, and if there's a particular point on one of these that the committee has recommended, we'll have a chance at the end to talk about it. Okay, fair enough?
And we can explain some of the ideas that we had that on some of these that were perhaps more controversial than others as to why we adopted or rejected a given resolution. Okay.
We're going to see if we can make this thing work.
No, I don't.
Maybe that's not.
As I said, I don't think that's going to work because we don't have a spare copy.
Well,
okay.
Sorry, we're trying to make this work, but he has only one copy and he needs to read from it. So
Right.
it'll be hard to take a picture of it at the same time.
Okay, the first one is a resolution in support of strengthening tenant rights. And there's a whole series of discussions of things that tenants have had, where they've had grievances with their landlords. And I'm going to bypass some of the whereas. Therefore, be it resolved that the Texas Democratic Party strongly supports enacting legislation providing basic protection for tenants, including laws that 1. Require landlords to provide a warning and an opportunity to comply with the lease prior to filing for eviction, similar to the warning tenants must give before they have grounds to sue a landlord. 2. Allow tenants to terminate a lease without penalty if the tenant is victimized by crime at the property. 3. Require a landlord to provide advanced written notice before entering the tenant's dwelling unless it is an emergency. 4. Prohibit landlords from making tenants liable for the cost of bed bug treatment, provided the tenant is not refusing to allow that treatment. 5. Require at least 120 days notice and relocation assistance when an apartment complex, mobile home park, or long-term stay hotel closes, and to prohibit displacement of school-aged children during the school year. Next, limit fees tenants are required to pay on top of rent, including mandatory online rent payment and excessive late fees. Next, hold landlords responsible for excess utility charges as a result of malfunctioning equipment or inadequate insulation. And finally, make it clear that new owners are required to honor existing lease contracts. The Resolutions Committee has voted to approve this resolution.
Can you read the vote margin on those?
Yes, that was, we voted 11-0 to approve that one. You can take this one.
The second,
Hold it in your hand.
the second resolution was in support of qualifications to stand as a candidate of the Democratic Party. It was proposed, the resolution said that the Democratic Party strongly supports amending the Texas Constitution to provide that the executive committee of any political party must approve all candidates standing for election as a candidate of that party. This resolution failed, 0-11.
All right. The next one we have is for a more efficient resolution process. I think it's fair to say that all of us on the Resolutions Committee understand the desire for this. Okay, I'm not going to go through all the whereases. Be it resolved that the Texas Democratic Party directs the SDEC to explore and present a more efficient and effective resolution process that better represents the values of Democratic voters. And this one was passed by the committee 10-1.
The vote is no.
This is a resolution in support of funding for housing, skipping the whereases. And therefore, we resolve that the Texas Democratic Party strongly supports adequate funding for housing assistance and other programs that protect the most vulnerable in our society. And that was passed, I believe that was approved 9-0.
That's correct.
What does that mean?
I can read.
Do you want to go through?
I actually can read the whereases. They're not that many. Okay, the first one's whereas more than 4.5 million people in Texas live in poverty, and only 1 in 4 low-income households that are eligible for housing assistance actually get it. And whereas housing and other safety net programs have been inadequately funded by Congress, and whereas cuts to HUD housing have a devastating and unacceptable impact on Texas low-income families and people who are elderly, have disabilities, or are homeless. Therefore, be resolved that the Texas Democratic Party strongly supports adequate funding for housing assistance and other programs that protect the most vulnerable in our society.
And one of the considerations there is that we really don't think that people who come home as veterans after fighting in foreign wars and end up out on the streets should be homeless. There really ought to be something that we can do, and it can be a creative solution. And we are trying to find, we're not necessarily saying that we need to buy everyone housing, but what we're saying is that there could be something, it could be a dormitory accommodation, it could be some kind of a hostel type accommodation, just something so that people don't end up out on the streets with their families. The next one that we have, we actually split into two separate resolutions. And this deals with the question of corporations and corporate speech and money as speech, and corporations' ability to spend arbitrary amounts of money to buy elections. So the first one that we split is we wanted to point out that corporations are never mentioned in the U.S. Constitution. Therefore, constitutional rights guaranteed by the Constitution were guaranteed for people by the signers of the Constitution. So we split this at our, what we're calling Resolution 5A, is be it resolved the Texas Democratic Party strongly supports amending the United States Constitution to establish that only human beings, not corporations, are endowed with constitutional rights. And number 5B, that money is not speech, and that therefore regulating political contributions and spending is not equivalent to limiting political speech. The first one of those, the corporations and constitutional rights, passed 8-4-0 against 3 abstain, and declaring that money is not speech, passed 11-0.
Next resolution, resolution 6, or this is 7?
7.
Because 6, we have 7 has to do with superdelegates, particularly the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party stands for fairness, whereas the Democratic Party stands for fairness, equality for all, and one person, one vote. And whereas party rules provide for the selection, not election, of superdelegates in Democratic Party primaries. Therefore, be resolved that the rules for presidential primaries in Texas and nationwide be changed to eliminate superdelegates, with all candidates being given a fair chance to compete, with no candidate having any delegates which are not directly elected during the primary voting process. This resolution passed 8-4, 1 against, and 1 abstaining.
Do we get to discuss this at all?
Afterwards.
Not yet?
Afterwards.
We're going to discuss it before it's voted on.
Well, I'm trying to find the resolution. You have it there. The next one is a resolution. I don't think I mind saying this is one I submitted. This is one for gender equality and for rights of individuals to look the way that we feel that our Maker intended for us to look. And the effect that some employers decide that they can tell people aspects of their personal choices that they shouldn't be allowed to make as an employer. So, I'll read the last whereas and be it resolved. Whereas the Democratic Party is on record as proudly supporting diversity and policies of non-discrimination based on gender, religious faith, sexual expression, race, national origin, and others. Therefore, be it resolved that the Democratic Party also supports non-discrimination in public accommodation, public and private employment, and other civil rights for everyone, regardless of their length or style of head and facial hair. There are increasingly many people you may have noticed on sports teams and newscasts, television and commercials that have decided that shaving in the morning doesn't really fit them anymore. And we feel that it's about time that we go ahead and accommodate people for their own personal beliefs on that matter. That one passed the committee by 6-4, 1 against, and 2 abstentions.
They're bearded ladies.
No, it's not really because it's a question of the fact that women in employment are not discriminated against on the basis of their long hair, and many men are.
What about?
Next one is cleaner air.
The following resolution has to do with cleaner air. It's the resolution for cleaner air within the DFW area. It is resolved that the Senate District 16 delegates have the utmost concern for the health and well-being of the people of the DFW area. Therefore, we ask the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality require retrofitting for old coal-fired power plants and best available control technology to meet new EPA rules, or consider ordering the retirement of these plants to ensure that air pollution levels are reduced to meet federal standards that ensure our air is safe to breathe. It's clean air is good. And that was, what was it?
10 to 0.
10 to 0.
The next one we have is for radioactive waste. Be it resolved that the convention in Dallas County, SD16 Convention, Dallas County, does not support or consent to transportation of high-level radioactive waste on our highways or railways, and does not consent to having consolidated storage or disposal of high-level radioactive wastes in Texas or New Mexico. And that only passed by 5 for, 3 against, and 2 abstentions. The super delegates indicates this. Religious diversity. Yes. Yes, that one failed. You might want to explain why we failed.
Yeah, the following resolution is kind of confusing, or it was to us, and it failed for that reason, I think. I don't know if I want to read the whole thing. I'll just read just the therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that the Texas Democratic Party respects the religious diversity of our state and upholds the constitutional right of every person in Texas to religious expression, including the right of all faith communities to self-govern and make decisions within the context of their particular faiths and denominational structures, and rejects any and all attempts to legitimize discrimination or allow disparate treatment of any kind on the basis of religion. And the title of it is a resolution to respect religious diversity and defend religious liberty. And it just seems to kind of, I think the reason, I guess I'll speak for myself, is the reason that I voted against it is because it seems to kind of use the sort of the RFRA laws to kind of oppose the enactment of those laws in a very awkward way. I think it's kind of an uphill battle. I think there's a better way to word it and a clearer way to achieve that, the stated objective. But that's my reason.
I felt that I voted against it also. I felt that the basic, to be a resolve was self-contradictory. And it was saying that we want to be a people have their religious freedom, but we also don't want to have use that as a basis for discrimination against minorities. And the way it was written was unfortunately just, I didn't feel that it made any sense that way. Anyway, that amendment passed, or failed, the religious diversity one failed 0 for, 10 against. Yeah, because that's part of it.
Pardon me? It keeps telling me saying 5 to 4 instead of 5 to 6.
Okay. I'm sorry. The next one we process rather quickly. This is a resolution in support of medical marijuana. It says, now therefore be it resolved that the SD16 Democratic Convention meeting in Dallas, Texas, supports a change in Texas law to permit the prescribing and dispensing of marijuana for medical purposes in the Lone Star State. The committee approved that one 11 for and 0 against.
11 ayes and 0 nays.
Okay.
I think it's decided to strike.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
Right. So the next resolution is about naloxone, which I hear this is a treatment. I'm sorry, naloxone. Thank you, naloxone.
Spell it.
Naloxone, and it's a treatment for heroin overdose. Okay, it's resolved that Senate District 16 supports a policy of making naloxone available over the counter without a prescription and for all first responders to be equipped with and trained in the giving of same to persons who have overdosed on opioids. And the result was 9 in favor, 2 against.
Next one that we have is for the legalization of marijuana. And this was a long one, but I could go through and say, it actually got quite a few results as well. I'll read this one. Be it resolved that the price of marijuana be regulated by free market forces, the black market of this drug must be eliminated to provide a safer and more secure living environment for all Texans. Be it resolved that the state government should legalize marijuana and ensure the regulation and taxation of its production, distribution, and use, while enacting strict penalties for illegal trafficking, illegal importation and exportation, and impaired driving. Be it further resolved that the state government should invest significant resources in prevention and education programs designed to promote awareness of the health risks and consequences of marijuana use and dependency, especially amongst youth. Be it further resolved that the state government should work with the county and local governments of Texas on a coordinated regulatory approach to marijuana, which maintains significant state responsibility for marijuana control while respecting district health jurisdiction and particular county concerns and practices. Be it further resolved that this platform be sent to the members of the Texas Party Platform Committee at the Democratic State Convention in San Antonio in 2016. And that one passed 11 in favor, 0 opposed.
The next resolution was about safe syringe exchanges. Be it resolved that the Senate District 16 Democratic Convention of Texas support implementation of safe syringe exchange programs in Texas. That was passed 11 in favor, 0 against.
And the final one that we have here so far, we'll go back and get some more from the other group, is called the Good Samaritan Resolution. It's be it resolved that the SD16 Democratic Convention calls for passage of the Good Samaritan Bill, offering limited protection for prosecution for those people who in good faith alert medical authorities of an overdose situation. Basically, the reason for this bill is that a lot of times people who are in a situation where drugs are being used may avoid calling 911 or calling the police if someone is in an overdose or in a medical emergency because they're afraid that they might get taken in or arrested or charged with an offense because of the fact that they were there or the fact that they may have also been doing drugs. This is to make sure that the people who are trying to save the lives of people that were there with them don't get charged with a bill when they're trying to help. This one was approved, 10 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention.
I think that's all we've done so far, so we're about at halftime. I think we still have, I'm told that the resolutions as they're passed will be available online. I'm not sure what the website is. If you want to know, I think you can come to our room, which I think is 128. I think that's right. It's just on the other side of the cafeteria. But I think they're resuming right now, so we better go join them so that we make decisions where.
Hey, Bob.
Yes.
But he's coming, Bob's coming down. Maybe he's got the rest of the station.
They were quick.
The discussion will be once they present the whole report.
They do the entire.
Yeah.
Here comes the rest of the report.
Bob Franklin is the chair of our Resolutions Committee.
Okay, I can tell the people that are hardcore that stay here to the end. I guess I've got some good news and I've got some bad news. The temporary report that we just issued, I think there was like 16 or 18 of the resolutions. I understand that these people spent a lot of time discussing the ins and outs. Sometimes people had to compromise on their position, 1 or 2 points in a resolution that they didn't like, but overall they liked it or didn't like it. That's reflected, I think, in the votes. That's the good news, that we got this much done. That's our temporary report so far. The bad news, we've got about 50 more of these. And I really don't think that a lot of people can stay to the end of this. So I'm not exactly sure what we can do here. In the past, what we've done is ask for an approval of the temporary report that we've gotten done so far. And the rest of it, we'll see what we can do, but it's got to be sent off to the state. So those that we can't get to, it's just really a time problem. Need to explain this one thing. As of, let's see, this is Saturday, so as of Friday morning, we had received 13 resolutions. That's all the resolutions we got in advance for early discussion. 50 some odd more came in last night and this morning. So it's just physically impossible to go through them all and give them the diligence that we have to. So I think the thinking of the committee is that we're going to ask for approval of the preliminary report that we've got, and probably the rest of it's going to have to be sent up to the state for approval.
Well, what we had talked about before you got down here was that we could perhaps approve the bulk of the report, and if the people have any questions about a particular resolution that they're particularly concerned about, we can perhaps give you additional explanation of why we chose the way we did, and we could remove those from the bulk that we approved to pass on or whatever. That, you know, the choice really rests with you guys, and that's why it's important that your voices be heard. So please don't be afraid to ask questions about why we decided the way we did. There's a number of us back still in the room, I guess. Are we all back out here now?
Please state your word.
Yeah, but we'll be glad to answer questions, and we'll be glad to discuss if you're interested.
Okay. We had a question over here.
This pertains to the ones that are not on the floor. Of the 50 out there left, are there any which are long and amplified, good democratic, must pass, and we will speak if we don't pass the entire resolution? If so, could you please move to the front of the line?
Pretty much the ones that we've already passed or moved to the front.
Thank you.
Or some of them were earlier received.
So, I'd like to speak about the superdelegate one. I'm sure about not very sure.
Okay.
So, I kind of like what are called superdelegates. I think that, well, I know.
We have 2 mics for the audience.
So, I like superdelegates. I think President Obama deserves a vote. I think Democratic congressmen deserve a vote. I think Democratic senators deserve a vote. I think that Chairman Hossa deserves a vote. And that's basically what the superdelegates are. There's like 500 of them. They're the congressmen, the members of the one step above you guys.
DNC.
And everybody says, oh, it's undemocratic.
I think we firmly agree.
Everybody says it's undemocratic, except these guys really are the backbone of the party. And although they pledged right now for Hillary Clinton, if Bernie Sanders were to win the next in the states and get enough delegates to become the popular choice from delegates, my guess is that all those people who pledged for Hillary Clinton wouldn't go forward. I'm sure that the people who pledged for Hillary Clinton 8 years ago voted for President Obama when they got there.
Perhaps it can be clarified, but I believe that the vote that superdelegate gets is worth exactly the same amount as the vote.
Yeah, they got one vote.
Right. So the bottom line is that if they are likely to attend the convention anyway, it's not like they're going to not get a vote.
No, but what happens is that, your resolution says only people who get elected as a result of primaries. So only the 5 people from this convention and the 5 people from the
No. If you attend the convention in San Antonio, you will be a delegate and you will get a vote.
Plus the super delegate.
No, but there's N delegates that are allocated by the primary, and then there's a little bit more that get allocated as super delegates, who are the people like President Obama. If President Obama didn't become a super delegate, he would have to take one of the delegate seats from someone who was elected in Illinois or Washington D.C. or whatever else. But that's the reason they exist. And so I argue that they were super delegates. And the other question I had is there anything about fracking?
We haven't gotten anything about fracking yet.
Because I could argue on that.
I just want to say on that issue of superdelegates, we spent a lot of time discussing this, and there are good points on both sides. The argument that your party elders, the people who have been there for years and years, they should have an opportunity to speak, versus the democratic principle, everybody gets one vote, they're elected to be a delegate. So I think our vote on that resolution kind of indicates there was some discussion there. And on the issue of fracking, I don't know if that's one of the remaining. Yeah, but we did not have opportunity to get to that. Okay, next question will go over to this side. Tom?
There was an announcement earlier about turning in resolutions into a Dr. Pepper box here on this stage, and we all saw at least one person put something in there. And now apparently you've got something over 40 that you never touched. And it seems to me there's a conflict between what happened and what these people were told to do with their resolution. In my case, I followed directions to send them to the Franklin, the email, or Franklin spelled backwards. And those were filed well hours before the deadline that was stated. But now I'm hearing that these were apparently in this pile that they never got to, and I'm concerned about what really does happen to those, and if this convention should adjourn without it being considered. One of those resolutions was the result of my own personal discussion with the chair of the Federal Trade Commission. It's an issue that I'd like to see move forward past the state convention to the national convention and into the presidential campaign. I've done that before, again and again and again, and somehow there's a shut off somewhere along the way.
If you give me a chance, let me respond to that. We've been publicizing that resolutions can be sent in for well over a week. We have a spot on the county party website where anybody can put those on. All of the ones that were received by midnight last night, I printed out and brought them here. I left for here this morning around 6:30 in the morning. If any were turned in after 6:30 in the morning, I just wasn't home to get them. They're not gone. They are going to be amended or appended to the report that we send on to the state. No resolution is discounted. If we didn't have the time to get to it, that's just, there are only so many hours at a convention that we can do that. Every single one of them will be considered, if not by us, then by the state, when we send off our report for this convention. So nothing will be lost. Every one of them will be considered.
Along with that announcement that you're talking about that was on the webpage was a deadline time, and for the ones that didn't meet the deadline time, those need to be handled as stated. And I don't understand what rule you're relying on to suggest that something is official is going to happen at all to the rest of the resolutions that don't pass this convention.
Personally, I'd be perfectly happy to stay here until midnight tonight and go through all of these. And I think that, you know, I'm willing to do that if y'all are willing to stay and address these resolutions. I don't have a problem with that. I think resolutions are really important. I know that from experience that a lot of people start getting antsy by 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the evening. And so people tend to bail. But I'm perfect, as a member of the resolutions committee, I'm perfectly happy to stay and process them as long as it takes. As I said, that's one of the reasons we came with the first batch, was so that the other people in the other room could work on some of those while we were up here. It just depends on what you all want to do.
And I don't know if I was hearing that wrong, but no resolution, it doesn't matter who it's from, no resolution gets discounted. They will all be considered. The unfortunate thing is when such a volume comes in at the end, it's just physically impossible to handle them all. So that's all I can say on that issue. And I think we've got someone over here.
Yes, thank you. I'm Jay Gary. I currently serve on the SDC on the State Resolutions Committee. And in fact, I'm going to be acting chair of the State Resolutions Committee upcoming at the next SDC meeting on April 9th. The only thing that I would ask you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee to do is that any of the resolutions that have been submitted that are not formally voted on or approved by this convention, that you forward them to the state without a recommendation or without stating there's been a approval.
That's our policy. That's what we've done every convention. Those that were passed or failed go into one section of the report. Those that did not get an opportunity to be discussed go into the second section of the report.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Before we go too much further, let me give you a little primer as to what actually happens at the state level. The resolutions that go forward are considered by the Temporary Resolutions Committee. And that consists of one of your two SDC committee people, either myself or Janice. One of us will serve on the temporary rules, the other will serve on the temporary resolutions, or someone who we appoint. In other words, SD16 will be represented on that committee. What I can do, certainly if I'm the person doing the resolutions, is to make sure that all of our resolutions are seen and discussed at that particular committee. So the actual vote is not so relevant. It's the fact that it came out of our committee as something that was essentially passed or sent on. So, Tom, I absolutely agree with you on the FTC one. I'm disappointed that didn't get heard as well. But my point is that you've got an advocate there, in that committee that can push it forward. Now, I can't promise what the body will want to do, the rest of that committee. But if there are resolutions among those that were not considered that the body feels should be set forward with a recommendation or with no recommendation, we can certainly do that. And that does not mean they are discarded. It means that they will still go with those that are fully recommended. Does that help to understand a little bit?
Okay. Over here.
Thank you. My name is Connie Hearn. I have a couple of resolutions that I had to make comments on. First of all, the very first one we read regarding tenants' rights, it had a lot of language in it that was kind of vague, in my opinion, that would be impossible to enforce. And it struck me in particular the one about a landlord responsible for utility bills that are excessive due to inadequate insulation. How in the heck do you prove that? It seems ridiculous to say that. So there were other things in there. Not evict during the school year. It's not practical. It's not realistic.
That isn't really
that's
what
not
the
what it
resolution
says.
says.
Pardon?
That's not what the resolution says. The resolution is talking about closures of a property, like whereas like an apartment complex is closed, and they just simply tell everyone to get out.
You mean like if it's sold?
If it's sold or something.
Or if the city
Or
ends it and asks
natural
for,
disaster.
yeah, I would say there are a lot of reasons and exceptions to that.
That's not something that the landlord has any control over. If a tornado comes through, basics.
These aren't statutes. I mean, these are just.
Well, I mean, I'm all in favor of tenants' rights, and I understand their situation. I do think this particular resolution has a lot of things in it that are unrealistic and even
Yes.
perhaps illegal.
Let me respond to that.
So how can you pass that?
A resolution is not a law. It is a recommendation to the state legislature, to the state party, whoever the resolution is addressed to say these are our concerns, consider these, and figure out a way of dealing with this. We're not actually dealing with it, we're just saying these are concerns that need to be looked at. So we actually had this very conversation. Is it too vague?
Can it not be amended in some way that takes out some of that? vagueness?
We talked about that, and the general consensus was we're not writing a law, we are just trying to inform the higher ups, be it the state legislature or the state party, what our concerns are, and please take those into account, write something that addresses these concerns. We're not actually writing the law. We're not in a position to do that.
We just don't want to seem foolish either, and let you know that some of those
Right.
things are not realistic.
And then that's exactly, especially on the issues of giving 120 days notice.
Ridiculous.
We talked about, there are some times, like you're closing an apartment building because there was a flood. How can you give 120 days notice that everybody, so I think we actually put in language that the 120 days with good cause.
Well, the landlord-tenant law now heavily favors the landlord, and arguably equally ridiculous. Fashion, so. I would argue that the landlord-tenant law now, as it stands, favors the landlord disproportionately to tenants now. So at least, even though this might be a ridiculous resolution, at least it kind of gets the point across that maybe you can ask for more than you expect to get.
All right.
Kind of
So we're
negotiating
all in
tactic. I mean,
agreement
this
that
is
some
not
of these are not
statute, it's
realistic. That's all I wanted to
Yeah,
point out.
we're not writing law, we're just giving suggestions.
Thank you. And then, of course, the second one I wanted to comment on is the same as the gentleman before. I am in favor of superdelegates because I think they've earned the right to the vote. And many of them are in fact elected officials, therefore they have the support of the people, or they wouldn't be in an elected position in the first place. And if we're going to change and eliminate superdelegates altogether, then you have to reconsider the number of delegates being reproportioned, and we're not ready to do that in this election anyway. So again, that's a long-term thing perhaps, but it's certainly not something that's going to happen realistically in this election.
There's no way that it can possibly apply for the upcoming election. The committee was split on it, just like the two speakers and other people were split on it. It's a tough consideration. You've got to give due consideration to party elders, but at the same time, do they get more of a voice than somebody else?
No, they don't get any more, they get a vote.
Yeah, well,
And what is vote? Oh, so. Thank you.
I think we're running out of time here, so.
Otherwise, we're gonna be here till 6 o'clock if we don't.
Can we have some more questions?
But I do have a recommendation, and I want maybe somebody can make this motion. You know, we went over, how many was it, 16?
Something like
that. Maybe only send forward those that were approved unanimously versus the ones that were on the split votes, and then the other ones forward with,
No, because we approved the ones we approved.
even the ones that were like 5 to 4?
Yes.
We have to admit it.
Okay.
50% plus what?
That's correct, that's the law.
Let's watch the public.
Yeah. Okay. I was overwhelmed.
We're trying, guys. We want to.
Okay, I think we're over here, and we're
I
gonna get
want to speak against that First Amendment. I am a landlord, and for anybody that thinks that the tenants are getting short-shifted, they haven't been in my shoes. It takes, somebody wants to suggest it takes 45 days to put somebody out of an apartment for non-payment. There are many instances, a landlord can't just enter an apartment any old time. There has to be some reason, and there has to be reasonable notice. 48 hours is not reasonable notice if I've got something going on that I need to take care of. That doesn't mean I can knock on the door at 10 o'clock at night and say, you gotta let me in. One after another of those, I don't have that in front of me to go through all the things, but that needs to be voted down. It is way out of line with the reality of most landlords. Not to say there's not some bad landlords out there that take advantage of people. Bed bugs. In fact, every instance of bed bugs in one of my properties have been brought in by the tenant. They don't just show up one day, and so, even though I don't charge my tenants for that treatment, to say that you can't charge a tenant when they're the cause of the problem, again, that is just wrong. To try and deal with insulation and say, oh, well, the utility bills are too high. I have older buildings that I have put huge amounts of money in to bring them up to standards, but then to try and say, well, you've got to help subsidize their electric bills because you have an older building that doesn't have modern insulation in it. There's just one thing after another there that I am vehemently opposed to.
I know exactly what you're saying. I happen to be a landlord myself. I need to find out who your attorney is because I've never been able to arrange an eviction in less than 90 days. And when you get an eviction, you know that the 3 months of rent that they owe you, bye-bye, you'll never see that. I think so I had some serious objections in the discussion on that particular resolution as well. I think, again, the gist of it is we know that there are good landlords, we know that there are some bad actors. We know that tenants, some of them are great and some of them are not. I think what the intent was to try and make it a little better for the tenants, that it's not overwhelmingly stacked in front of landlords, but I argued your point exactly, and still eventually came to the agreement that existing rules are just a little bit more in favor of the tenants, and we want to even that out a little bit. So that was my take on it.
One of our concerns is in the cases where, for example, in the case of bed bugs, where the tenant did not bring the bed bugs in, maybe just signed a lease on an apartment, moved into an apartment and found that there were bed bugs in the apartment. Likewise, for things like air conditioning systems. If a person goes into an apartment and looks at the apartment and it looks just fine, and they go in and they discover once they get in there that the air conditioning system is badly damaged or incredibly inefficient, so they get their electric bill the first month and they're faced with the $1,200 electric bill for trying to cool their apartment because of the fact that the air conditioning system in the apartment they moved into is defective, needs to be maintained, has not been maintained properly by the landlord. In a case like that, a person should not be held to a one-year lease on an apartment where the air conditioning system or the heating system cannot be operated in a way that the tenant has a right to expect. So I agree with you that was the sort of things that we were addressing. There was an issue about if a person moves into a property and they're being victimized by crime, sometimes those crimes are something that is not at all the responsibility of the landlord, and where the landlord maybe has no real mechanism to address that crime. It might be caused by the fact that the tenants are, running a meth lab out of the apartment. You don't know. So there were a number of issues that came up, and we didn't read the entire resolution to you. I agree that there's various problems with the bill, with the resolution as we heard it, that raised our interest, and we discussed that for quite a while actually before we voted on it.
Well, again, with all those reservations, I think it should be voted down. A better resolution put forward.
There were several that we reached that conclusion. Next.
I'm not stating any particular resolution or the process. In the interest of time, there's at least one, if not several, of these resolutions that will clearly pass quickly. I would recommend that you go down each one, ask for unanimous consent. If you get unanimous consent, consider it passed. If you don't, move on to the next one. Once you get through all 16, which should take about 15 minutes, circle back to the first one, and then let's debate each of the remaining ones in turn as we have in past conventions, so we can give them the time that they're due.
I would tend to agree with that. The reason why I think that they're saying that they wanted to go ahead and go through quickly, at least the ones that you've heard so far. I would like to see some more of the ones that are back in the resolution committee room come forward.
There haven't been any motion, all those gesture.
Yes.
Right now,
they're motion.
Okay, if we've got 50 or so amendments that we haven't, resolutions that we haven't gotten to yet, I'd be more than happy to record the titles of all these resolutions that we've not had a chance to consider, so that one of us could at least read the titles off to the delegation that's still here as a sign of good faith and a token that we have indeed received your resolutions, and we thank you all for staying here as long as you have. I'd be willing to do that if that's feasible.
Do we have that list? I don't have that list here. He has a list. Next.
I have a question. Are we talking about the rental or the bed bugs or the super delegates?
Well, I'm sure for other resolutions, you've heard about,
No, because, I'm rising to speak on the super delegates, which I thought was on the floor, but then I just heard the thing about bed bugs, and I don't know if it's.
We're taking comments.
Okay, all right. Let me make it real quick. My name is Louise Young, and I'm from precinct, I have the green number, 2036. In 1984, I was the first LGBT person elected to the State Democratic Executive Committee for Senate District 8. And back then, there was no percentage for LGBT. I was just elected, so I was kind of viewed as a renegade. But let me tell you this, 1984, I got on the Rules Committee at the state. 1984 happened to be the year when the National Party started this concept of superdelegates. And it was rolled down to us in the state parties. And I would have been the first person to have thrown a fit about superdelegates. But I didn't, because the facts are behind the superdelegates that it was a way to add delegates on to the number of delegates that go without having these elected officials take the slots of everyday people like us. Before 84, those party officials were taking our everyday slots, and we couldn't get to go. So they gave us ours and added the number, and that's why you see twice the number of delegates to the Democratic Convention than the Republican Convention. If you can look at the numbers, but it was implemented in 84. That's why it was done, and a lot of people who were grassroots as heck supported it because it ensured that we would not be shut out by the party officials. They got their little badge, we kept our badge, and it was actually better for us. So I would speak against that, I would urge you to vote against that resolution whenever it comes up.
One of the things I'll mention that I brought up is we've seen all too well in the case of the Republican Party, the rise of Donald Trump. And I think that he is the result of the Republican grassroots that are getting very tired of the established inner working politicians in their party.
Well, all I was saying, excuse me, but all I was saying was the intent of superdelegates, because I was there in 84 on the Rules Committee of the state party when it was rolled out, and that's why it was rolled out, and that's why even the grassroots people were supportive of the whole concept.
Okay, we're getting, some activity back here to get to actually voting up or down on these resolutions. So, are you in line for two here, then we vote each resolution individually to find out what the convention wants. So let's see, we were here before, so we're here.
My name is Leanne Baird, and I'm from precinct 2048, and I am perfectly capable of arguing both sides of the nuclear waste question. But I do want to point out that in the spirit of democracy, I generally oppose the not in my backyard movement, because we produce some nuclear waste in Texas, and we certainly benefit from the nuclear activity all over the United States, and we should share that responsibility. I know that it isn't safe yet, but that's a question to be pursued and solved before it's done.
That's a good point.
Okay, thank you.
With regards to the tenant resolution, I just wanted to say that, and particularly crime, I would like to have everyone maybe get behind the idea certain violent crimes you should not be required to then carry out release. For example, I live in a townhome. If I am raped inside my townhome that I rent, I might not feel comfortable in my townhome anymore. I should then be able to leave my townhome without penalization of my lease, regardless of where I am in my lease. Obviously, if your car's broken into, perhaps that's not as big a deal. But there are certainly, I think, because this has been such a contested resolution.
Yeah. Let me go to this point. The victimization thing, we had a lot of serious discussion about that. The argument would be if a tenant were raped or some other horrible thing happened to a tenant, shouldn't the tenant be able to say, I can't live here anymore, it's just too much of an emotional thing for me, other reasons I need to be allowed to leave my lease?
Right.
I think it's reasonable to ask a
I think it
landlord.
is too, yeah.
But then, from the landlord's perspective, what if the victimization is man and a woman, domestic dispute between them, where the landlord isn't really responsible in any way for that?
The landlord's probably not responsible for a rape either.
True, but here you have a victim of a crime from somebody from outside versus the domestic.
I see your
You
point.
understand
I see your point,
how
but I would
difficult
have to
this
say
was.
that security and comfort within your own home probably trump a legal right to a lease.
Yeah, and we had a hard time with the word victimization, because in a domestic dispute, man and woman, it doesn't matter,
Yeah,
in a domestic dispute,
people.
one is the victim and one's the perpetrator.
Right.
And the landlord isn't either one of those.
But there again, also in a rape, in all likelihood, the landlord is also not
Right.
either the victim.
So the question is,
I think that's.
trying to figure out fairness for the
But see, I'm not sure
tenant
there's
and
really
landlord.
any difference there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that victimization thing, that line gave us a lot of difficulty in discussion. So I hope you all understand, and this is why we only got through like 16
Sure, absolutely.
We talk about these things in great detail. And I hope you all understand, sometimes you have to give in on one thing, where, yeah, this environmental thing really sounds like a good idea, but there's one sticking point. So that's what was weighing. And I understand from your point of view, we see the entire resolution. All of you guys are hearing or seeing here is like maybe one whereas in the resolution. Most of you are thinking about the same things that we were thinking about in the committee, but I know you weren't there, so you don't know the difficulty.
Governance
in
is
discussing.
complex.
Yeah, so some of these are just not perfect. Okay.
My name's Brian Duncan. This is why I submitted the resolution, improvement resolution.
We got a number of yours, yes.
In the Dallas County roundup email that I get, it kept saying you can submit your resolution online. And I got that link from the Google document, but it also said that the submitted resolutions would be available online. I found nothing on the Dallas Democratic Party website, or the state Democratic website, where any resolutions were posted. I called the Dallas Democratic Party and asked about that. I was told to call Austin, to the state Democratic Party. So like that is another part of the resolution process that's broken and didn't work for me.
In actuality, this is the first time that we've ever been able to accept these things online. This is new. So, yeah, it didn't go perfectly. The Dallas County Democratic Party arranged for putting that on the website and would feed that information to us as it was received. I understand there might have been some glitches. It's new for us. We've never done it this way before. We used to always rely on them being brought in. This at least got some of them to us 3 or 4 days in advance so that we could distribute them to all of the members of the committee so that they could look at them before we showed up here. So it would, in that regard, it was a great improvement. Can it be improved more? Of course. But it was better than, I don't know if any of you were here 2 years ago. We got like 80 of them turned in that morning, and nobody had seen any of them before. It was just physically impossible to get through. To give them the kind of, you people are giving, you haven't even seen them, and you're giving them a lot of consideration. We saw the language, we had to talk about particular choices of words. So we spent a lot of time on these.
Okay, and lastly, I have a question about the resolution committee's thinking on the qualifications to run as a candidate. And on the Democratic side, I see my objection to both those candidates like Gene Kelly, Keith Roger, Kiki Friedman, our most recent agriculture commission candidate who didn't even run a campaign. On the Republican side,
yeah, I understand.
We have an indicted felon.
Yeah, the resolution was.
We have Donald Trump. And so.
Yeah, the resolution was some people should be pre-qualified before they should be able to run as a candidate. The committee as a whole said that could be really dangerous. If there is somebody who says Bernie Sanders shouldn't be allowed just because I'm a Hillary fan, what would happen if... Anyway, so pre-qualify a candidate and say you can be on the ballot or you can't. We thought that would be a dangerous precedent, to be able to just say, we don't think you really are a Democrat, so you can't be on our ballot. Then there's too much opportunity for abuse. That was the fear. Yes, we get fringe oddball candidates sometimes, and maybe that's just the price you have to pay to allow everybody who wants to be a serious candidate to be able to run. Otherwise, it's somebody's appointing who's going to win, especially in a one state dominant party system. If the committee decides who the people are going to be on the ballot, then they are selecting the people. So. We got one more guy, and this is the last.
Not about, well, there's no resolution, but not about resolution. With respect to time, I'm Linus Spiller, precinct 4097. There were several recommendations made that, okay, we covered the 16, we have about 40 more to go. And we'll just send those to the state if we don't do that. If they are sent to the state, other than being seen by a committee, what's the process? Because what I was thinking was if you had a tagline there, like this is what this resolution is, put the text there, and then add a comment section so that people here who weren't on the committee, because a lot of us didn't know how to even put our names up there to be a committee member. So there are people that are making recommendations on these resolutions that a lot of us in this big district don't know. So that would allow everybody to have a voice. If you felt strongly about the resolution, put your comment there, and it's there for the state committee and anyone else to read, instead of going through this and dragging this out until 8 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm going to turn that over to the committee chairs here to know the answer to that, and then we go into voting on these. So hopefully we're not going to take up too much more of your time.
Okay, guys, normally, this is wonderful that we have a lot of interest in this. Normally how this happens is the resolutions committee comes in, they make the report on the ones that they've recommended. Someone moves to adopt the report, and it's done. okay? You all have exhibited an enormous amount of interest, which is wonderful, about all of these resolutions. And so all of us have been trying to figure out a way to allow more comment, which we've done, and allow individual consideration of each resolution, even though that's not normally how it's done. We sense that's how you want to do it. On the other hand, we can't be here all night. So we're trying to come up with a hybrid situation which will allow for maximum input for all of you, while at the same time have a reasonable way in which to deal with this, okay? So this is what we think we are going to do at this point, and that is go through the therefore be it resolved line for each of these that you've heard about. We've heard comments, pro and con on those, and basically we're going to allow you to be the resolutions committee of the whole here. They've already done their work and their recommendation. You get to vote. Okay, you've heard arguments for and against. You've heard how many members of the committee voted 11-0 or whatever on. So, Gordon, are you ready for the first one?
Yes.
Let me.
Excuse me, is
Yeah.
that for the 16 or is that for the entire block?
Well, the ones I have here are like the 50 or 60.
Just the ones that we
The ones that the recommendation of the committee was really all we have right now before us. We can't possibly do 40 or 50 that aren't, available to us. The committee simply didn't get to those. We have a number of them came in the last one. Okay? So why don't you give me the first one? I'll read it quickly, then we'll do a quick vote. If you don't mind, I'll do this quickly. I'm just trying to do it efficiently.
Okay. Now, are you going to read them or are we going to go on the screen?
What? We don't have time to screen. Let me just read the line.
Okay.
We've heard it.
All right.
Okay. Where's the therefore be it resolved? All of that?
Yep.
Okay. This was number one. This was okay. Then 2 lines of whereas and a whole bunch of dots, bullet points with it. This is the one on tenant rights. You all know the issues, right, of the tenant rights. So therefore be it resolved that the Texas Democratic Party strongly supports enacting legislation providing basic protections for tenants, including all of those bullet points which were previously read to you. Okay, so I guess we will, does someone want to move adoption of this one? So moved, okay, it's already been moved, and all in favor of the tenants' rights resolution, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. All right, we're going to have to show hands up. Does anyone want to move for the division house on this one? So we'll have to show it. All right, so moved. All in favor, raise your hands. We'll get some counters. Or your badges. That's easier to see than your hands. Raise your badges. This is 4. That's what I got, 42. Oh my, that's nice. Where did you get it? 42. 42 in favor, all opposed to the tenants' rights resolution. Raise your hand. All right, this one is 42 in favor, 32 opposed. Can someone record that? Next. Number 2. This is the resolution in support of qualifications to stand as a candidate for the Democratic Party. Resolved that TDP strongly supports amending the Texas Constitution to provide that the executive committee of any political party must approve all candidates standing for election as a candidate of that party. Was this one you recommended?
No.
I don't want that. I just want the ones you recommended.
I don't have the listed.
Number 3.
Listed.
That's right. Number 3.
Number 3 is the next one.
Number 3. Okay, the one that, we're only reading the ones that passed. Obviously, we're not going to cover the ones that did not. In support of reforming the TDD platform process. Whereas the TDD platform doesn't reflect the priorities of the base of the TDD, help Democratic candidates get elected, or guide the actions of Democratic office holders. Wait a minute, that's the resolve. Therefore, be it resolved that the TDD directs the SDEC to explore and present a more efficient and effective resolution process that better represents the values of Democratic voters. Okay, this was approved 10-1. All in favor of that, please raise your badges. Well, I'll tell you what, let's do it on aye vote first. That may be easier. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Oh, that's easy. Keep coming. All right. Number 4. Resolution in support of funding for housing. Therefore, be it resolved that the TDD strongly supports adequate funding for housing assistance and other programs that protect the most vulnerable in our society. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? There you go.
This one is the one that's split to 5A appropriations and constitutional, and 5B is the one.
Okay, this one was the resolution in support of denying constitutional rights to corporations and money and speech. They divided it into 2 parts. The first dealt with corporations, and the second dealt with money. All right, resolve that the TDD strongly supports amending the U.S. Constitution to establish that, number 1, only human beings, not corporations, are endowed with constitutional rights.
That's 5A.
That's 5A. All right, let's just stop there. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
I believe the ayes have it. Number 2, this is 5B. Money is not speech, and therefore regulating political contributions and spending is not equivalent to limiting political speech. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Both parts of number 5 pass. Number 7. This is the resolution for fairness, equality, and so forth. Resolution, the superdelegates. Okay, it doesn't say that. Does it? Oh, very up in fine print. Therefore, be it resolved that the rules of the presidential primaries in Texas and nationwide be changed to eliminate superdelegates, with all candidates being given a fair chance to compete, with no candidate having any delegates which are not directly elected during the primary process. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No! This one does not pass. Chair agrees. So the superdelegate vote failed, which means that even though it was recommended by the resolutions committee, the body decided not to send it. All right, this is the facial hair resolution. By the way, this did pass last night. Therefore, be it resolved that the TDP also supports non-discrimination in public accommodation, public and private employment, and other civil rights for everyone, regardless of the length or style of head or facial hair. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. That passes. All right, this is number 9. This one is involved. This is the clean air. Okay, this is regarding the SIP plan that Texas or Dallas area has been in danger of losing. Therefore, be it resolved that District 16 delegates have the utmost concern for the health and well-being of the people of the DFW area, and ask that the TCEQ, that means the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, require EFH, which is Future Holdings, to retrofit old coal-fired power plants with the best available control technology to meet new EPA rules, or consider ordering the retirement of those plants to ensure air pollution levels be reduced to meet federal standards that assure our air to be safe to breathe in Texas. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? This is radioactive waste. This is the transport and through Texas of radioactive waste. Therefore, be it resolved that SD16 Convention does not support or consent to transportation of high-level radioactive waste on our highways or railways, and does not consent to having consolidated storage or disposal of high radioactive waste in Texas or New Mexico. This is number 10. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Okay, yes. Division of House has been called. All in favor of the production of radioactive waste in Texas, please raise your badges. Okay. All in favor of protecting our lives, land, and water from high-level radioactive waste, that's the title. All in favor, raise your badges.
That's not the way it was presented, and that's.
All in favor of adopting the resolution as written?
Should we read the entire resolution? It sounds like.
Okay, there appears to be some misunderstanding about this. So I think we should kind of give a highlight of it. Basically, this is produced by the Sea Coalition, one of the environmental organizations in Texas that is trying to reduce the number of trucks and trains that carry radioactive waste across the state. And as you probably remember, a few years ago, there was a radioactive area out in Andrews County that was very controversial. Environmental groups fought that very diligently and were not successful. This is still a continuing fight. So here's the resolution. Whereas sites in Andrews and Culberson counties and near Hobbs, New Mexico are being targeted as locations for consolidated storage of the entire nation's dangerous high-level radioactive waste. In other words, they want to increase it and put more there. Whereas small communities that can't easily fight back and have populations that are minority populations, Hispanic, etc., are unjustly being targeted as radioactive waste dumps for the nation, and the voices of those who don't consent are being dumped on and often go unheard. Whereas our lives, our beautiful land, and our precious aquifers must be protected from radioactive contamination that could result from accidents, radiation leaks, and terrorist actions involving this radioactive waste. And whereas high-level radioactive waste consists of used, irradiated fuel rods from nuclear reactors that contain uranium and plutonium that must be isolated for thousands of years, and it was used fuel rods in Fukushima's nuclear disaster that led to widespread ocean contamination. And whereas exposure to high-level radioactive waste can lead to human genetic damage, birth defects, cancer, and death, and exposure to this waste without shielding would immediately incapacitate a person with lead and could lead to death within a short time. Whereas U.S. reactors produce 100,000 metric tons of spent fuel by the time they cease operating, including petroleum. And there's several other whereases that basically say the same thing. This is really bad, okay? So, therefore, be it resolved that the SD16 Convention in Dallas County does not support or consent to the transportation of high-level radioactive waste on our highways or railways, and does not consent to having consolidated storage or disposal of high-level radioactive waste in Texas or in Hobbs, New Mexico. That's basically the result, because we want no more of this. We don't want it increased, and this is the statement that the Sea Coalition, Environment Texas, Texas Drought Project want.
He literally.
No, they summarized it incorrect. Resolution is asking for transportation of radioactive waste on our highway.
And also.
Well, and something else, we asking for other as well. One clause is prohibiting the transportation of radioactive waste. It's not that we want to stop it from growing, it's that we want to stop it.
But it's also adding that it cannot be in Texas, New Mexico.
We no longer move it from one place to another.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. You pointed out the therefore line and the whereases. All right, we need to vote on this. So let's do it again. Please raise your badges. All in favor of this as written, please raise your badges.
I see 32. See how many opposed.
All right, we have 36 to 39. Let's see how many are opposed. Please raise your badges.
Roughly 38. I moved for a physical division of the House.
Okay, we are within 1 or 2 votes. Do y'all want to vote again, and let's count very carefully, or do you want to get up and move to one side of the room?
I moved that everybody in favor stand, yeah.
Okay, the suggestion is made that we stand, okay? And remain standing until we're through with the
And raise
side
your
of the.
badges, because we want to make sure they're all.
And, yeah, stand and hold your badges up. If you're in favor of this resolution, please stand.
Be sure to hold your badges flat towards the stage.
I'll get this part, then you want to split it, maybe that means
Karen's. Yes, Karen's.
Matt, are you voting? I've got 17 on this side.
I'm counting 44.
Oh, it's wrong.
I'm counting 44.
It's either 43 or 44.
44.
Okay, please be seated if you're in favor. Now, if you're opposed, please stand and raise your badge.
It's fewer, I think. I think the ayes have it. You got 40. I got 40. 44 to 40, I think, is the count. I think the ayes have it.
Well, the consensus is there are 44 in favor and 40 against. Is that what we're getting? Okay, so it passes very narrowly. It passes. So by the way, guys, at the resolutions, temporary resolutions committee, frequently there are adjustments made. So if there are inconsistencies, that can be addressed and fixed.
We can also point out that we also were divided by 3.
Okay, all right. What's the next one? Okay.
31, 32.
All right, the next one is the marijuana resolution, medical marijuana. Therefore, be it resolved that Senate District 16 Convention meeting in Dallas supports the change in Texas law to permit the prescribing and dispensing of marijuana for medical purposes in the Lone Star State. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. Naloxone? What is that? Over-the-counter drug, and it's naloxone. Therefore, be it resolved that Senate District 16 supports the policy of making naloxone available over the counter without a prescription, and for all first responders to be equipped with and trained in the giving of narcotic. The same thing, narcotic, 2 persons who have overdosed on opioids. All right, that's the resolution. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay.
I think the ayes have it.
You guys are very loud.
Well, there are obviously a lot of folks in this room who know what this is about, and there are many of us who don't. So,
Should we do 30 hours?
Okay, is it your belief that we,
33?
We can count,
all right, let's stand and count. We want to be fair. We're not going to do a division. We just want to stand and count.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, I voted nay, and I'm pretty sure the ayes had it.
Okay, the consensus up here, even among those who voted no, was that the ayes had it. So I think we can move on. I agree. I'm just trying to be fair to everyone. Okay, that one passes.
33 legalized marijuana.
All right, legalization of marijuana, skip to the end. Therefore be it resolved that state government should work with county local governments. This one. To a coordinated regulatory approach to marijuana which maintains significant state responsibility for marijuana control while respecting district health jurisdiction, and that the resolution be sent to members of the Texas Platform Committee at the Democratic Convention in 2016. So, all in favor of this one, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it.
Not as syringe.
All right, safe syringe exchange, this is number 34. Therefore, be it resolved that Senate District 16 Democratic Convention supports the implementation of safe syringe exchange programs in Texas. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. One more.
35.
Good Samaritan law. Therefore, be it resolved that Senate District 16 calls for the passage of Good Samaritan Good Samaritan bill, offering limited protection from prosecution for those who, in good faith, alert medical authorities of an overdose situation. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? It passes. Is that all?
That's all.
All right, now you feel like you've had more participation now in the process? Normally this is not done, but we wanted to make sure that you felt like that it was worth your while to stay longer. We have a question on that.
Can you tell me how many bails?
One.
Just one bail by all?
Yes. The ones they considered one phase.
Super delegate is now.
Oh, just now? Yes. One phase.
Yeah, super delegates.
Because the chair, your motion to approve, as the temporary report as voted upon, and to send those that will not vote upon without comment to this chair.
All right, Dave, if you'll stay close to the mic here. We need a motion from the floor to approve those that were voted on as the report, and for those that were not, that we did not get to be sent as a part of that report to the temporary
State
resolutions committee.
I so moved.
So moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. Thank you for your patience. All right, we have a very important conclusion to this. This is a learning process, and obviously someone said earlier that this process of resolutions across the state is flawed. I'm not sure it's flawed, it's just pure democracy. And that's what we're trying to do. But in that regard, Chris, you have a recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rules report as previously approved to include an additional proposed rule change, which would change the rule reading, which is on page 14, Article 4, Section B.6, The chair shall announce at the beginning of the convention where and with whom resolutions shall be filed, The period for filing resolution shall be open for at least 1 hour from the time of said announcement. The convention may waive this 1 hour period if there is no objection from any attendee. Change that to read, the chair shall announce a deadline